Hey now, hey everybody that's not here. Well, I found this little article and I got Tommy here with me.
What's
Um,
going on, y'all?
yeah, y'all invisible people listening. Transformers War for Cybertron Siege trailer reveals premiere date. Netflix has announced the premiere for date for Transformers War for Cybertron Siege animated series with the release of a new trailer. You see, I hadn't really caught this until I was just checking Cosmic Book News, and I found this article. As you can see over here, there's three other articles about Transformers going on, and apparently there's going to be an animation movie, Beast Wars, I guess maybe.
That is something that's actually rumored. It's not actually guaranteed right now. As
It's
far as
rumored.
the Siege War for Cybertron show, I've actually known about that for like at least 2 months, at least.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have you on because you're the Transformers guy. You know everything Transformers, and I'm actually looking forward to the Netflix animation.
It actually looks
July
really good.
30, they said it's starting
Yeah.
on Netflix.
So it actually looks really good. And for anybody that doesn't really understand the Transformers franchise and what they are actually trying to accomplish with this series is actually based off a line of figures that they recently just came out with, which is more in tune with the original G1 style of Transformer toys. Now, this new series actually borrows heavily, it seems, from the IDW Comics version of the Transformers, where the Decepticons were looking to overthrow the Autobots, who were pretty much in control of the planet Cybertron. That is pretty much where it seems like they are leading with this series, but of course, going to have to see the series to know for sure.
That's awesome because I don't think they've really ever gave us a complete story about the war. We've always
Well,
got bits and pieces and memories of it and stuff.
when they did the original comic books back in '83, before they actually released the toys in '84, the original script that was written by Jim Shooter, the original treatment, I should say, for the story, it ran exactly the same as he had set it out, and it pretty much told the short clip story beginning of the war for Cybertron and how it got started and how the Autobots and Decepticons pretty much destroyed and depleted all the resources on the planet, and that is why they had to leave the planet, and they wound up coming into Earth, and Optimus Prime crash lands the Ark into Mount St. Hilary. And they pretty much repeated that same story when they wound up doing the Sunbow cartoon. However, they did change some of the original elements from the original comic. RR, how you doing, man? Welcome.
Hey, R, what's up, man?
So, I mean, they did change some of the stuff. I mean, they basically used the same format that they had done in Marvel for the comic. They just made alterations when they did the Sunbow cartoon. The Sunbow cartoon actually was done in a joint production with Marvel Studios, and that's why there were a lot of influence in the cartoon version from the comic book.
Yeah, I loved all the animations. Matter of fact, I've got I think the first two seasons of the original cartoon. The only thing I don't have is the movie, the original movie animation from
Oh,
'86, right?
86, 86, man.
'86.
I just recently picked up. Now I want to say this was maybe maybe 3 months ago tops. So I mean, it was still fairly recent. I picked up a steelbook version of it,
Ooh,
and I
what
got it.
would that run?
Believe it or not, it was relatively cheap. I think I got it for only like $30 or something like that.
Wow, how many discs did it have?
It's got 2 discs. It's got a widescreen version, and then it's got the standard TV format.
Oh wow,
But it's got extras in there. All the footage in there is completely redone. It's really really nice. It's a very nice set. And considering that came out something like, I want to say like 2 or 3 years ago, at least, and it's really no longer available in stores. Yeah, I got it for a decent price.
wow. Um, I'm gonna have to see if I can find me something like that on Amazon used.
Yeah, I actually found mine on eBay of all places.
You know, I actually the 2004 original release, the DVD, the first time for the Star Wars trilogy, I got that used on eBay, and I got them. I believe. Also, I got the 2008 version that had the original unedited on the bonus disc.
You know, I mean, sometimes it's actually quite surprising what you could find on some of those sites if you actually just take the time to search through all the different categories for it. Because, you know, sometimes they're going to have those movies and it might not always be in the same category. Like sometimes they might have that in the movie category. Sometimes they might just have it in like, you know, Star Wars or Transformers or Star Trek. You know, you just never know exactly where all those products are going to be. But if you take the time to go through all the different tabs and search through all the different search parameters that you could possibly have for a single item, you can actually find some really good deals. Yeah, yeah, it was a damn good price.
Yeah,
And it was
$30,
sealed.
not bad.
It was sealed too. That's the thing. It wasn't a used disc. It was brand new, sealed with plastic.
Sealed.
Yeah.
Man, that's nice.
Everybody else was selling that exact same steel book. They were selling it for over 100. I don't know how I got lucky and I found this guy and nobody else did. And he had it just for a buy it now price. He didn't have it for the traditional auction house that most people do on eBay. Yeah. It was just
Right.
a buy it now price. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I prefer the buy it now.
You know what? I do most of the time, but sometimes like when I'm trying to get parts for those older G1 toys, having the auction house, I can get a better deal that way.
Well, there are some cases when that happens. There's certain things sometimes when the auction's about to end in about, say, a minute, I'll go in there and upbid by $1, and every now and then I'll nail it.
Well, here, do you want the trick to winning on eBay?
Sure.
This is the trick to winning in the eBay. And anybody, I mean, I know RR's there, but if anybody else winds up popping in and they're listening, maybe even now or later on, the trick to winning on eBay is you got to go in and you got to stop in there the last 10 seconds. Wait until there's 5 to 6 seconds left on the clock and then upbid everybody. That's how you do it. Because there's not enough time. After 5 to 6 seconds, there's not enough time for somebody to get another bid in. That's how I usually win most of my bids. It's dirty and it's underhanded, but yeah. If you're not in it to win it, why are you bothering?
Yeah. Craziness.
But yeah, I want to get back to this toy line for the show. So when they did a bunch of different series of Transformers toys throughout the years, and some of the 30th anniversary and the generations and everything, the toys varied wildly from the G1 inspired toys. Now, when they came back with Titan's Return and then going into this War for Cybertron, they heavily went back to the very G1 and classic look. Now, even though that they were making newer characters where they were Cybertronian forms instead of, you know, the Earth vehicles,
Right.
they still heavily relied on the robotic forms to look very much like those G1 inspired figures. And even some of their Cybertronian forms, their cars and planes and everything, if they weren't taken from the cartoon, they were taken in context of what their Earth vehicles look like. And they did a very good translation of it into this new toy line. And the toys, I have a few of them. They're very well made, surprisingly. Even though they're all plastic, they are extremely well made.
So they've already got toys out for this cartoon, huh?
Well, the toys for this because this cartoon is actually based on the toy line. Now they actually do have new series of toys that are coming out, and unfortunately, because I hate Walmart, I'm just going to get that out there now. They do have exclusive War for Cybertron Netflix toys that are coming out to Walmart as exclusives. I'm not sure if they're already out in stores yet or if they're coming, but they are coming out. And basically, they're going to be the same toys that they had before, but they're just going to have a slightly different paint scheme. But I mean, it's not going to be changed really much at all.
So the Transformers toy line that were running about $30 at Walmart or elsewhere, basically, were they connected with this?
The toy lines that they have out right now, the ones they vary in price. They vary as low as I want to say it's $9.99.
Well, the most expensive one next to the giant one
is like $59.
Yeah, that one's 50, but the one next down, it's about $29.99, $30.
Yep.
And reason why is kids got Optimus Primes, and there was a couple different styles of them. I don't remember exactly, but it didn't look like they were from the movies.
Yeah, they had they have like really tiny little figures for $9.99. Then the next step up would be like the standard, I guess, figure, and they're $19.99. Then you got what's called a Voyager class, which is the $29.99, and then you move up into the leader class, and the leader class are the ones that are going to be about $59. Now they actually have a commander class over top of that costs even more money. Now I forget how much the commander class cost, but they're extremely huge figures. Because I seen they got right now they have 2 commander class figures out there. They have a Jetfire and they have Skylynx. I'm not sure if Skylynx is actually out in stores yet or if he's coming out in stores, but I'm pretty sure he's already out in stores. And both of those figures, they're humongous. They're really big.
What are they, 1.5 feet tall?
About that, yeah.
Wild. Details include this series features a new animation look and style that presents Transformers as you've never seen them before. The trilogy plunges us deep into events that live in the heart of the legendary franchise, with Siege shining a spotlight on a critical time frame in Transformer history on Cybertron. You don't think they're going to try any parallels, do you?
As in?
As in current parallels of things that are going on for the last 5 or 6 years or so?
I kind of hope not.
That's
now.
That paragraph I just read, I hope that's not. I hope that vibe is just my imagination.
It could be just because they're talking about how the war on Cybertron unfolds, because even though they've hinted on it and they've touched on it slightly, they've never really gone into full-on depth about the war on Cybertron, other than the video game. Now, if you look at the Transformers war and fall of Cybertron through High Moon Studios, through Activision, incredibly well-done games that focused entirely on the fall of Cybertron and how the war got started. Now, their take is actually slightly different than what they're probably going with here in Siege, but we ain't going to know for sure until you see the show.
Because I'm really looking forward to this. Because I seen the article, I was like, damn, I got to do a video about this. I'm like, why don't I do a live stream about this? Yeah. Because I seen that there's 3 different articles going on here. And normally, the majority of these articles are by Matt McGlowan, and this is by Will Harrigan. It's the first time I've seen him on here, and because the articles on Cosmic Book News, they're fairly centered, fairly centered and balanced, and they normally if something's a diamond, they call it a diamond. If something's an orange, they call it an orange, basically. They don't create fiction out of nothing, It's kind of what I like about this. Transformers War for Cybertron Siege begins in the final hours of the devastating civil war between Autobots and Decepticons. The war that has torn apart their home planet of Cybertron is at a tipping point. 2 leaders, Optimus Prime and Megatron, both want to save their world and unify their people. but only on their own terms. In an attempt to end the conflict, Megatron is forced to consider using the Allspark, the source of all life and power on Cybertron, to reformat the Autobots, thus unifying Cybertron. Outnumbered, outgunned, and under siege, the battle-weary Autobots orchestrate a desperate series of counterstrikes on a mission that, if everything somehow goes right, will end with an unthinkable choice: kill their planet in order to save it. Wow.
Now, from what they're saying here, it does sound very much like what they did in the IDW comics. Now, the IDW comics did something very similar to that. The only difference with the IDW comics is they actually took it from the very beginning, and they showed you the creation of Megatron and how he was a gladiator in the arenas.
The voice talent cast includes Jake Fauci. Is that Fauci or Fauci?
Fauci.
Optimus Prime. Jason Marinocha. That's a name. Plays Megatron. Lindsay Rousseau. Yeah, I destroyed that name. Rousseau. Is that Rousseau?
Rousseau.
Is that a French name?
I believe so.
Yeah. Alita 1. Joe Zeta, Bumblebee. Frank Todaro, Starscream. Raphael Goldstein, Ratchet. Keith Silverstein, Jetfire. Are any of these original characters that spoke them before?
All of these guys, every single character that's in here that they have mentioned, were actually not only part of the toy lines prior, but they actually were either in the movie from 1986 or they were part of the cartoon series.
Oh wow! So a lot of these guys are returning.
Well, maybe not the people doing the voices. I'm talking about the characters themselves.
Yeah, characters. Yeah. But I was wondering because it's not saying that these basically all new people, new talent.
Oh yeah. As far as the talent voicing them, yeah, they're all new, because Optimus Prime is always, well, not always, but most of the history of the Transformers, Optimus Prime has always been done by Peter Cullen.
So there's going to be a Transformers Cybertron animated movie. Is that separate from this?
Possibly. It might. It could also be an article where they're talking about this and they thought this was going to be a movie.
Because this was on the 22nd. Let's see when this was. Oh, this was April 30th, 2020. It looks like they changed their mind, maybe, huh? Because the Transformers Cybertron animated movie focuses on Optimus. Because in that series, they're focusing on Optimus Prime and Megatron. Who's this by? This is by Matt McGlowan. So the Cybertron animated movie is getting fast track thanks to The Pink Elephant by Paramount and Hasbro. And so they pretty much haven't said anything about this since it happened. So this could all be kiboshed right now.
V-Star, hey there. CJH, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? What's up, CJ? What's up, V-Star? How you doing? Yeah, I know who you are.
Yeah, as far as that one, I don't remember hearing about that one. That's something different.
We're leaving.
Well, I found a search and it found. Let me see if this is new or old on Amazon. Oh wow, the Transformers from '86 movie, a 30th anniversary edition. $7.99. That's Prime Video, $7.99. And the DVD plus digital copy. DVD is $9.99 and the Blu-ray is $14.99. Wow. That's a really nice price for that. What's up, Orville Nation? For those of you that want to own a copy of that, there's the link to the Amazon link. What did they just do? Look, that got split up into two. That's weird. Let's see if link works. I don't know why it doubled up like that. Yeah, that's a bargain price. You're right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, someone popped in. Hey, Final, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Talking about Transformers, man, I just found a deal on Amazon.
Is this the original cartoon?
Yeah. It's the 30th anniversary edition, Transformers the movie from.
Oh man, that's
86.
awesome.
Yeah,
That was such a great cartoon.
And basically if you want the digital on Prime, it's $7.99. If you want the DVD, it's $9.99. And if you have Prime, you'll get the 2-day shipping. And the Blu-ray is $14.99.
Wow, that's a pretty good price.
Yeah,
That's cheap.
no doubt. Would you you picked up Tommy picked up a steel copy of something. What'd you pick? What was that again, Tommy?
That was a steelbook copy of the 1986 Transformers the movie.
And
A
what'd you pick?
steel copy.
Yeah, it was around $30 or $35, I want to say.
Yeah, for the steel copy and all that. Yeah.
Wow. Is that that's like with the metal
Yeah,
cartridge,
metal
right? Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
That was the 35th anniversary one too. So that was a few years ago. Or was it the 30th anniversary? Nuts.
85, probably the 30. It'd probably be the 35th this year, right? Was it 1985 or 86?
Transformers came out in 1984.
And the movie was probably later then.
Yeah, the movie.
Yeah, I
was
gave
2
you a
years
wrench,
later in
Freestar.
86.
Oh, okay, 86.
That way you can't be removed from the chat.
When they're talking about the 30th and 35th anniversary, they're not talking about the 30th or 35th anniversary release of, per se, the movie release. They're actually talking about the 30th to 35th anniversary of the Transformers as a franchise.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, V-Star was getting bumped from the chat the last live stream, and so I gave her a wrench so she wouldn't get bumped from the chat no more.
She kept getting bumped from the chat, really?
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube
Also,
playing games.
Yeah. Also, when you add someone in the yard from the green room to the panel, the remove button stays highlighted, and if you hit the enter button, it will remove that person. So after you add someone, click the white area so that way the remove unhighlights. Because you know how when you do things, you hit the enter button sometimes?
Yeah, yep.
It'll remove you.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because you notice they've updated the how you add and stuff. And basically you instead of just a little square in the bottom of the square, you got a rectangle above with 3 dots. You hit the 3 dots, go to your edit audio avatar, which it should just say edit avatar. and that's how you get to edit your avatars. Bing, bing.
Oh yeah, right. Oh.
Yeah, woohoo! So yeah, and they've updated the look of it and the way it works, and it can create some confusion. So instead of a little plus in the middle, you can't really see it. You put your mouse over it, and then it highlights. But once you add them, make sure you click something so that way it unhighlights.
Okay. Can't leave it highlight.
Yeah, because when it's highlighted, you can hit the enter button and it'll activate it.
Right. It's weird, Bear, too. On my YouTube, I'm looking and it doesn't show that you're live, which is weird. It's not showing. It's not popping up that you're live right now.
Well,
I don't know why.
When I first put this in, I edited it as private first. I was just
maybe that's why.
Just going to make a quick video, and then what I did was I changed it from that to
okay, that's probably why. Because when you go to your page, it shows you can click on the link. It says live now, but on the left part of my screen where it shows everyone, it's not listening. But that's probably why.
If you refresh your page, it'll probably show up.
So I looked this back over, and actually this movie release is actually the 30th anniversary release of the movie itself and not the franchise. So,
it is of the movie itself.
Yeah, so this steelbook actually came out in 2016.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I've noticed I've gone from 281 subs to 278. So those of you out there, make sure you're still subbed, because I've noticed that YouTube has been maybe doing stuff. I've heard other people complaining about their subs being unsubbed.
Oh my gosh, I've had this problem over and over again.
Yeah,
I keep I'll go to someone's page, someone I follow, and it'll show that I'm subscribed. But then if I click, if I cancel the window out and start a new tab and go back, it'll show that I am subscribed. It's very strange.
basically, if you resub while it's in that mode, basically you're unsubbing.
It's unsubbing, right? Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. So I just leave it go. I figure, well, I'm probably subbed, so I won't click it. But I don't know for sure. It's strange.
It is strange.
YouTube playing games.
Yeah, so I was going through Cosmic Book News because I'm a Matt McGlowan fan, and this was the article that we started out with. This was posted a couple days ago, and
War for Cybertron Siege trailer reveals premiere date.
it's going to be July.
It's going to be on Netflix.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is a new? So this is a new movie, or is it a new series?
It's a series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How does the trailer look? I haven't seen it yet.
It looks pretty decent. Tommy says there's a longer trailer out there, the one that he's seen. This one's pretty short. Let's see here. It is. How long are you?
30 seconds.
29. 29. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's was it trailer number 1 you watched? Because this is trailer number 2.
Yes, I watched trailer number 1.
Okay. But yeah, it all looks good.
Yeah, I like the animation. Looks well.
Now this looks like the Optimus Prime that I got for my kids. There was 2 variations, and I got all of them Optimus Prime. And they were $30. They were the ones that was about, I would say about 9 inches tall, a little under that, 7 inches tall.
Oh, that's cool.
They weren't the ones that were like 15 or 12 inches tall.
Yeah, they're what they call the leader class.
And of course, my boys, they destroyed all of them.
Well, I think what they're going to do with this series is because the Transformers Siege War for Cybertron toy line actually started off obviously with everything on Cybertron. They actually just started releasing the next series of figures, which are Earthrise, which are going to be based obviously on the Earth Earth vehicles. Like Optimus Prime is that traditional white truck. That's the name of the actual truck that he transformed. It was an old style of truck. It was called the company was called White. So they're transitioning into
Owned by Volvo.
They're
white truck.
Yeah,
it's made by Volvo. I used to be a truck washer, so I know quite a bit about trucks, more than I should.
Yeah, so they're actually transitioning the toys right now over into the Earthrise line. So I'm assuming once they go through this, the War for Cybertron series, that they're probably going to transition right into Earthrise, and they're going to do a retelling of the original Sunbow cartoons.
The original cartoons, a retelling of it?
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to wind up doing.
Better not mess with it too much.
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping they're not going to pull some what do you call it?
Miss Optimus Prime.
Well, it's parallels what's going on in the real world.
Yeah.
I really don't want to see that in my Transformers.
No, I know it's the thing. Like, entertainment is meant to entertain you from reality, not put you back into it. It's like I don't want to watch the news in my Transformers.
It's like, when I watch informational stuff, news-wise stuff on YouTube, because that's where I go for that stuff, that's when I want to watch that. I don't want to be reminded of it when I watch my Transformers or watch my Star Trek or watch my Star Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, they gave us a huge smack on one cheek and a smack on the other, and they did it over and over again.
Yeah.
And my cheeks are sore, man. I'm tired of that.
I know.
I got bruises on my cheeks. Enough of that, okay? Stop smacking us fans on our cheeks. We don't need that. Just want good entertainment.
Apparently, it's too much to ask.
Apparently. But yeah, so everything I'm seeing here. Oh, look at that. That must be one of the older... is that supposed to be Optimus?
No, it looks like Starscream.
Oh, yeah. I see the pieces behind here.
That's interesting, Starscreen.
Yeah, he looks beat up pretty bad.
Yeah.
Looks like he's having a real bad day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just because it looks like Starscream doesn't necessarily mean that is him. I mean, it probably is, though.
It does look like him.
They are going for a very gritty...
Oh, you know what this looks like? This looks like Shockwave.
I was just gonna say it kind of looks like the cassette sort of deck there, but
yeah, and look at
more arm. Yeah, everything, Tommy. Everything definitely looks like darker, more gritty. Beat up. It almost looks like they're made of like rock instead of, or really damaged steel, metal.
No, that's Soundwave.
Yeah, that's
Soundwave.
No, that's not Soundwave.
Not.
That's actually Reflector.
Reflector.
Yeah. It was the three bots that turned into a camera.
See, this is why I wanted Tommy to be on this one, because Tommy knows Transformers in his sleep.
What's up, Bone?
What's going on? Those of you just joining, make sure you're still subbed because YouTube has been unsubbing. And if you're on there and it looks like you're unsubbed, refresh the page and then check it. Because it'll look like Final was just saying that he noticed on some of his subscriptions that it looked like he was unsubbed, so he refreshed the page and then he was subbed again.
Yeah.
So it could be a trick to get you to unsub. So if you thought you were unsubbed and you resubbed, guess what? You unsubbed. Because it's a little trick. It could be a glitch. A glitch that they're not in a hurry to fix, I think.
Yeah, they don't seem to be. Oh, I just looked up Reflector. Yeah, that's totally him, huh? It's the same like chest plate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wow! So that's Reflector right there. You can see the glowing. What is that? Exhaust chute?
Well, that actually, that car right there is not Reflector. That is probably, I would say that's probably Ironhide. Now, the one before with that other chest plate.
Ooh, that was a laser blast.
Yeah, that's probably Prime and Ironhide being shot on, more than likely. So that's Reflector. You had the three guys, all three of them wind up forming together to form a camera.
Yeah, I could have swore I just seen Sideswipe. That looks like Sideswipe. I had an old school Sideswipe that my kids destroyed. I was so mad. It was only missing the wheels.
Wow.
And that was it. Fully functional, still worked. Yeah, it was from
that doesn't look like Sideswipe to me. Because Sideswipe usually has a darker head. He's usually got a black head. You know, like I guess you would consider like the helmet look. The helmet is always black on Sideswipe.
Really, because the majority of the Sideswipes I've been seeing since '99 have had red heads.
Nah, Cliff Jumper had a red head. But Cliff Jumper also had horns instead of just like the antenna poking up.
Huh. So who do we think that is?
That looks more like it could be Alita 1 to me. But usually she's done in like a pink color, not red.
Yeah, she'd be pink.
Oh, right. I remember that character. Yeah.
Is light blue.
Well, maybe I hope they're not gender swapping Transformers.
She's got another female friend that's blue. They look very similar.
Well, I was going to say, since they already announced that they're going to have RC in the series, traditionally RC has always been done in pink. So the idea that they have two female characters the exact same color in the show is highly unlikely. So more than likely they would have changed Alita 1 to a different color, since RC is a little bit more well known being in the movie.
Yeah, that looks like Bumblebee.
That is Bumblebee.
That looks like Bumblebee.
Did he originally have horns?
Yes.
Thought so. So they're going back to old school.
I mean, the only difference between the way they represent Bumblebee and that, and the way, see, that's RC right there. Go back to that picture. That's RC on the left, in the pink.
Oh, so that's not the same. Okay, yeah, that's definitely pink.
That's definitely pink.
That looks pink too, right there.
That's more like a reddish.
Yeah, it could be just the color of the shot, of the lighting. How's Optimus look?
That's Optimus. Not bad.
Oh, he looks, yeah. Yep, he looks good. Maybe Megatron looks good.
Don't you just wish you could just play the whole trailer?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would they get you for a copyright strike for that?
Oh.
Even for a trailer?
They probably try.
Well, maybe I mean, yeah, I don't know. It depends though. If we're talking good about it,
yeah,
they probably wouldn't
no,
mind that.
Definitely want to see this. So far, from what we've read and all that, it doesn't look like no virtual signaling going on. July 30.
Oh yeah, it's coming up. Good.
We're gonna have something to talk about besides a freaking pink elephant.
Yeah.
I mean, how many different times can you make fun of the pink elephant? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, we talk about blue waffle, man, but that just grows people up. Don't search it. It'll gross you out.
Or we don't know. We don't know what they're going to do with that yet. They may actually be talking about the Matrix. They may introduce it in this series, or they may not at all. because they actually talk about the Allspark. Now, they may be moving to change the timeline around with everything a little bit to try to kind of fall in line with where some of the movies went. I hope that they're not going that route, because you know what? I don't care what anybody says. Bayformers sucks. Can't stand it. And you know what? And this may upset some people. I hated Bumblebee too. Thought it was a horrible movie.
Oh, you didn't like Bumblebee?
Hated it.
Did you like the first Transformer movie?
Nope.
Okay, so you haven't liked any of them.
No, I did. They were totally misrepresenting the original idea of what the Transformers were, let alone Optimus Prime and Bumblebee and all them. They did not portray them the way that they were originally set out when Bud Budiansky wrote all those original bios and tech specs.
Yeah.
What's up, Chris? How you doing? Good to see you. Chris Persia in the house.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Because in that first movie, Final,
Yeah.
when Optimus leaves Bumblebee at the hands of the military,
Right. Yeah.
that is not Optimus Prime. He
Yeah,
would
he
have
wouldn't have done that.
sacrificed himself to get Bumblebee free. He would not have left him in captivity.
Right. Yeah, I remember their whole agreement to work with the military, or to trust them, felt odd to me too. Like that wasn't really what they were from the comic or from the cartoon. I remember they weren't that willing to trust, or not the military at least.
And then they were all about trying to stay in disguise and to hide. And they showed that movie where they were just like wide out in the open, and they really weren't hiding very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be talking about the Matrix of Leadership.
Yes.
Yeah. Are they going to combine the Allspark and the Matrix of Leadership?
I don't think they're going to combine it, but I think they're going to probably rely more heavily on the Allspark as a way to, like they were saying, like he's going to try to override the Autobots with it somehow. I'm really not 100% sure what they're going to do, because when you get into the later comics, when they actually introduced the Matrix of Leadership, because when they first started the comics run with Marvel, they did not have a Matrix of Leadership. It did not exist. They had a Matrix of Creation, which was a program which was stored in Optimus Prime's memory circuits, which allowed him to create new Transformer or Cybertronian life. But after the movie came out and they introduced the Matrix of Leadership, all the other media started talking about the Matrix of Leadership, and it was added into obviously the cartoon franchise from that point on, and it was also added into the comic books. And then when they did the IDW run, they talked about the Matrix of Leadership, but they also did have the Allspark, which is a completely separate entity from the Matrix. So who knows exactly what they're going to do with it? I mean, I'm hoping that they're going to stick with the original lore and they're not going to jack it up, but...
Wow. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to this, There's not much that we got to look forward to, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. I know. Yeah, and then they have the Masters of the Universe. Netflix is also doing that with Kevin Smith writing it, and I don't know what to think about that from what I've read.
Something to be worried about, maybe?
Well, yeah, they say it's gonna kind of revolve around Teela. Now, I mean, Kevin Smith has said that's not true. It's all gonna be He-Man. He-Man's the focal point of it all, but apparently he loses the Sword of Power, and it's up to Teela to go around and try to find it to get it back to him so he can become He-Man. So I don't know. I don't want to see a whole movie without He-Man in it, but I don't know. We'll see. So at least if they do this right, at least that's something.
Yeah. I remember when
a step in the right direction, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when the Dolph Lundgren He-Man movie came out.
Oh yeah.
What did you guys think of that? That was not bad.
It was, I liked it because it was He-Man. It was nice to see it live action. Dolph Lundgren was good. I liked Frank Langella's Skeletor. I wasn't crazy about the way they took him out of Eternia, and brought him into Earth. I wasn't crazy about that. I would have preferred it in Eternia. And I didn't like the whole gun thing because He-Man never used a gun. But overall, it was still a fun movie. It's actually one I want to kind of go back and rewatch. I kind of want to go back and rewatch that recently because it's been a while.
So yeah, you've been writing down your notes for V for Vendetta. I've seen that movie 3 times now.
Yeah, I just rewatched it. Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm gonna rewatch it again because every time I watch it, something else just pops out. I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, it's a interesting movie based on the time it was, created and what's going on now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I personally couldn't stand that movie. That freaking Dolph Lundgren movie. Ugh.
Oh, the Masters Universe. Yeah, it just wasn't anything like the cartoon,
No.
Other than it had He-Man and Skeletor in it, but other than that, it wasn't really, just wasn't it wasn't the He-Man movie I wanted.
Well, I mean, it's if you look back on a lot of those movies they did early on when they were comic books or they were cartoons, at the time they may have seemed like exciting because you'd never seen anything like that on the screen before. But in retrospect, when you look back on them, you actually see how terrible they really were. Like the Dolph Lundgren and the Punisher. Judge Dredd with Sylvester Stallone. They were horrible by standards of the original comic books that they were supposed to be based on. They were terrible. They weren't even close.
I would say the only one that probably was close was the Ninja Turtles, the first one. And if you go back to like Superman and Batman, the Christopher Reeve and Keaton. Well, even Keaton wasn't exactly like the comics, but it kind of ended up defining Batman for the 90s.
Yeah.
That comment's for you, Final.
What happens when Tila finds a sword and rises above her head? Does she become She-Ma'am? She-Ma'am. Yeah, I don't want to find out, Chris. I don't want to find out. That's what I'm worried about. Something like that happening.
She-Ma'am and the triggered of the universe.
What's funny?
Yeah, it makes you wonder if they're ever going to do something like that, or you think at one point you ever see a Thundercats movie, live action?
I don't know. That'd be a good one too.
Wow, I didn't even know that was Frank Langella that played Skeletor.
Frank Langella, yeah, he actually said that was one of his favorite roles.
Yeah. Well, I liked the movie in a general way. I like the characterization. I like the characters. It was entertaining, and I'm with you on the current world setting, going into the real world through a portal. I thought it just should have been an Eternia stayed in that world.
Yeah, and I don't know if they did it for like budget reasons. It's easier to film.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
In a real world than create like a whole Eternia set back then. It'd be a lot easier now, and I don't know. There's been rumors that they were going to remake that for a long, long time. I mean, I remember in the early 2000s they were talking about remaking a Masters of the Universe movie. They're still talking about it today, so
Hopefully they'll protect it.
Yeah, I mean, especially with especially with the Netflix. If the Netflix cartoon or series, whatever it is, if that ends up doing well, then that would really, I think, provoke them to, action and actually make a movie. Yeah, Thundercats would be interesting. Live action. I always love Voltron too, but I don't actually know if I'd want to see a live action Voltron. I've already seen Power Rangers.
Isn't Voltron the one that can become a giant robot?
Yeah, it's basically like that. And actually, there's a Netflix Voltron cartoon that they came out with a few years ago. I think it's been like 5 seasons. Oh, see, I don't think it's that bad. I actually kind of like that.
I couldn't stand what they did with their some of the things that they did with the original story, like turning Pidge into a girl. And
a couple of things like that. Yeah.
I really didn't like the animation style that much either. I don't know. I felt like
on
good.
it didn't have. Yeah, I don't know, because a lot of other. See, I thought the animation with that was better than a lot of other animation that they've been putting out recently. I thought that looked a little more like the original than a lot of the other animation, especially when they remake things over the last 20 years. They've tried to remake 80s things. It always looks so terrible. And I thought, well, at least Voltron looked, a little better, a little more like the original. Although, yeah, I agree. It's still kind of, there's some sort of atmosphere that the artwork of the original gives you.
What was the original?
The coloring or something. I don't know. Even with the He-Man, you look at that, the colors, there's something different about those cartoons.
What was the original year for the Voltron cartoon when it first came out?
Oh,
the first one?
84 or something. I want to say like 84. It might have been 83.
Yeah,
Well, you know that they did they brought back Ultraman in cartoon form.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet. I'm gonna get to it eventually. But I used to watch the original Ultraman. And
Netflix has a series on Ultraman too that was done only a couple years ago.
yeah, that's what I was talking about. I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. And I've been kind of resisting because I used to watch the original series. And shit, man, that show was the original live action show was in the late 60s into the 70s when it was on.
Right.
And it was dubbed over English, and it used to come out of Japan. And when I was a kid, that was one of my favorite shows to watch. And then, of course, next to that was Godzilla.
Yeah, they were kind of had that similar theme because Ultraman was like fighting all those type of Godzilla type monsters. Oh. All right, guys, I actually have to jump out. Our food just got here. I was just popping in while I could because I got Bear's text that guys live, so I wanted to jump in.
Thanks for stopping in, man.
Man.
After you're done, pop on back in if you can.
Okay, yeah, I will see if I can do that.
We'll be live for a little bit.
All right, very good. Well, I will talk to you guys later.
Well, hey, thanks for stopping by.
All right, see you guys
Later.
Bye, chat. Thanks for the chat. Bye, chat.
Bye. Alrighty. Hey, MP Konzi, how you doing, man?
Greetings.
So yeah, I've got both the most newest Godzilla movies, and the most recent one I thought it was pretty good. Pretty good stuff.
I haven't seen it.
Well, you got the 2014 when that one came out. That was with Bryan Cranston, and then you had the one that just recently came out, not that long ago. I've got that on. I need to get a hard copy of that. I've got it on Voodoo.
Yeah, the last Godzilla movie that I seen when they did a remake was the one with Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, I vaguely recall Silverhawks. Yeah, it's been a while. Used to watch G-Force cartoon. Thundercats, a lot of those old good old cartoons, But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to give us here for the new Transformers animation. And apparently, from what I've seen, they were introducing that toy line this last Christmas. Because basically in the article, that when I stopped at certain areas, it looked just like the Optimus that I got for my kids.
Yeah, like I said, they did a very good job with that Siege War for Cybertron toy line. I mean, and the new Earthrise ones that just coming out.
You see, they shouldn't be doing a King Kong versus Godzilla because they're both good guys.
Do you know the biggest reason why King Kong versus Godzilla is the stupidest fucking idea in history?
Why?
It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's two good
King-
guys fighting.
No. How tall is King Kong? They say it in all the movies. He's a 50-foot tall gorilla. Godzilla is an over 300-foot tall lizard.
Yeah.
How does that fight even make sense? Godzilla steps on buildings.
Yeah.
King Kong climbs up buildings. It is the dumbest concept that they ever came up for a monster movie.
Yeah, in Skull Island, Kong was a lot taller than that than 50 feet. Have you seen that movie?
No.
Yeah, and this when they showed in the scenes the helicopters going in for an attack strafe, Kong looks a lot taller in that than 50 feet. It looks huge.
Well, in order for him to be even comparable to Godzilla, he would have to be more than 200 feet tall. Or they'd have to say that they're shrinking Godzilla down to the size of, a newt version of Godzilla. I mean, because in order for Kong to be that big, a helicopter strafing on him would mean absolutely nothing if he was anywhere in the ballpark of Godzilla's height. It would be like a gnat coming at him.
RR says Kong is going to be bigger. Yeah, I thought he looked bigger in that Skull Island movie. Didn't really think about it until you said Kong's only he was 100 feet tall in the Skull Island. And remember what the old crazy veteran said that got marooned there? He said Kong wasn't done growing yet. Yep. So it looks like basically he's going to be bigger, taller probably than 100 feet. Because even at 100 feet, Kong's 200 feet taller than him. Yeah.
Yeah, Godzilla, like I said, Godzilla was always pictured as being about 300 feet tall. That was the standard for him.
Yeah, 100 feet. Yeah, when I seen that movie, I thought he looked bigger than that. Because basically it did it on an island. There really wasn't no height reference other than some of the mountains on the island. This one's for you, Tommy.
Oh, no, I seen it. It still doesn't make any sense. Kong died after the first movie.
You're talking about the original King Kong movie?
Oh, yeah. He dies.
Didn't King Kong 3 have a son? King Kong 3, the third movie?
I don't recall that.
Remember that was the tanker one where they had Kong in a tanker? They had to operate on his heart or something?
Don't recall that one.
It was based off of the 70s King Kong movie continuation.
All right, RR, yeah, RC. I knew it was around 300 feet. RR is saying Godzilla was listed as 350 feet tall in the latest film. I always remember it being around 300 feet. That's what I always remember from the old shows, from those old Japanese Godzilla shows. Yeah.
Yeah, V for Vendetta, I would say that it's a revenge flick. Yeah. But I've seen it so many times. Hey, CCTV. How you doing, man?
Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to that movie. I mean, I've watched it 3 times now because I'm going to probably be talking about it Saturday. And there's so much stuff in that movie going on. It's amazing. And what's really weird is there's a lot of parallels that you could probably connect with what's going on with right now. But yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I remember that show. I used to watch that cartoon. Godzilla and Godzuki. Yeah, I remember that.
I remember that cartoon. That wasn't a bad cartoon either. Good cartoon for kids.
That was back when they still made like awesome cartoons all the time. Saturday morning cartoons.
$350 tall. Yeah, I've seen that latest movie. It was good. It was the continuation of the 2014 Godzilla movie. I liked it. That was good. There was some really good things going on in that movie story-wise. They showed us spoilers just for those of you who ain't seen it. They showed something structure-wise under down in the ocean deep in some very deep caverns, and they were showing inner Earth type stuff under the ocean in the water, and it was submerged, and it looked like ancient buildings and all that stuff. They were showing like maybe something Atlantis like, and it was just old, and basically that civilization had worshipped all the monsters. The Kaijun? I'm saying that wrong. Yeah, 300 feet. Yep. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this animation, and let's see here. This is another article. 6/22. When was this? Oh, this is the 22nd as well. Netflix Transformers War for Cybertron trailer brings the action. Not a bad picture. Yeah. Still there, Tommy?
Oh yeah. I'm just chilling for a second. I got the thoughts in my head.
Oh boy.
It's definitely going to be a very gritty take on it. As far as like, if everybody's expecting they're going to see the old Sunbow cartoon with the bright, flashy, poppy colors, this is not what you're going to see. You're going to see a more gritty, a more realistic version of what a war with these sentient robots would look like. I'm just hoping that there's no infused politics in it. I hope that they keep it out and they just make a good show.
So yeah, this is going to be, from what I've read so far in the other article, this is going to be largely about Optimus Prime and Megatron and their battle for power, one wanting to save everybody. You know what I'm saying? So Rooster Teeth, who are they? You know?
I am not familiar with them.
I've never heard of them.
I've heard the name. I don't know much about them.
Let's see what I can find. Roosterteeth.com. I wonder if that is to do with them. Seems to be a site that hosts channels and shows. Huh. I don't think that's quite what I'm looking for. I think I will look them up on IMDb. All right, let's see here. Wonder if they're involved in a lot of animation. Well, basically, there's Rooster Teeth shorts, and I don't think that's got nothing to do with them. Maybe. Who knows?
RWBY.
Yeah, I can't really find anything on them.
Mr. CCDV says Rooster Teeth produced RWBY.
Really? What is that? Yeah, I'm not all up on my anime. There was only one. There was one anime show that I really liked, and they don't make that one no more. It used to be on at 11 o'clock at night on the UFH channel, and I used to watch it all the time. I can't remember the name of it, but it was very popular. And a redheaded female was the main star in the cartoon animation.
DJ Odyssey, what's up?
What's up, DJ? Oh, Ruby. Yep, never heard of them. So yeah, so I am. This is something that I'm actually looking forward to. So basically, they're raising the stakes for the Autobots and Decepticon war in Chapter 1, having six 22-minute episodes.
Like I was saying earlier, if they take the script from the IDW comic books while trying to incorporate elements of the older Sunbow cartoon and maybe even the older comics to that degree, they can have a really, really, really good show here that is not only going to boost people watching Netflix that are heavily into Transformers, but it's also going to help boost the toy line. And I'm pretty sure that Hasbro doesn't want a bunch of politics thrown into this because they are just getting their toy line back on track again after years of terrible, terrible toys that they had out. They finally found that winning combination again of having newer with the homage to the old G1 style. They finally found success again doing that, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to derail with a show that's going to paint it in a bad light. So I'm assuming that this is going to be really good. I'm assuming it will be. I'm just hoping that they use elements from everything and they don't just try to incorporate the garbage from the Bayverse movies.
Yeah. Yeah. I liked the movies, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted. Because it wasn't. There was just a little bit of accuracy in their looks, and I thought that they should have stayed with the tried and true, what the animators did, and I thought they should have stayed to that, and they didn't.
Yeah,
sure they make new Peterbilt, sure they make new Mack trucks, but you know what? They should have stuck with what the original formula was. It would have done a lot better.
Yeah, I am unapologetically hateful of the Bayformers.
Oh yeah, we know this.
They get no mercy from me. It was trash.
Yeah, you want to upset Tommy? Tell him that he liked the new Transformer movies.
Garbage. I'd rather stick toothpicks under my fingernails.
I thought so. So it looks like there may be a couple articles. There was another article talking about a movie, but it looks like they've gone the route of doing a series. Because it looked like there was supposed to be a movie that was based on Optimus Prime and Megatron. And the article is very, very similar. Yeah. Because this one here is from April. Transformers Cybertron animated movie focuses on Optimus Prime and Megatron. And this was the end of April. And by Matt McGlone. And then this one is from a couple of days ago. And the way it describes it here, it sounds like maybe they took the movie they made and they're cutting it up into little bits and pieces.
This was never intended to be a movie. The War for Cybertron, the Siege,
Right.
it was always going to be a series. Like I said, I first heard about it months ago. It was 2, maybe even 3 months ago. And
so who knows? Maybe they'll also do a movie animation
it's
as well.
It's very possible that whoever the actual writer was that did that other article just got all the facts wrong.
That's Matt McGlone wrote that. That was from April, and it could have been based off of rumors at that point. And remember, COVID-19 was in the middle of happening, and it changed a whole bunch of things. Even says that in that article for that. And maybe some minds got changed, and they decided just to do this series. But I wouldn't mind there being a side animation movie in the same world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could do it.
Yeah.
There's no reason that they should.
I'd buy it.
Couldn't. Yeah, I've been looking forward for this quite some time. You know, like I said, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 months ago, because the first time I actually seen the preview for this series, I'd actually recorded it with my film editor because I wanted to watch it a few more times. Not having to be able to go on the site so I could slow it down, stop of it. I wouldn't have to worry about ads, you know. Yeah, so I recorded it and I watched it multiple times. And you know what? That original trailer, it was actually very well done, and it piqued my interest. I mean, and there hasn't been a whole lot of Transformer news or shows that have actually piqued my interest besides the new toy lines that have been coming out. They're trying to steal solar panels instead of Energon. Maybe, Mr. CCTV. Maybe. Or if they do Unicron, it's not going to be anytime soon, because this is just the beginning of the war. So in every iteration of Transformers, whenever they brought Unicron in, it was always either after they've had their war on Earth, or as they're getting ready to leave Earth to go back to Cybertron, is when Unicron always shows up in every universe of the Transformers. That being maybe eventually down the road they might have them, but it's not going to be anytime soon.
So Beans, that's one of those things that they don't change in the story. More than likely, we're going to probably see something like that.
Yeah, every iteration they have had Unicron in it. IDW,
Yeah.
Dreamwave Productions, Marvel, obviously Sunbound, the cartoons did it.
And you were saying every time they try to leave Earth, that's when Unicron comes, right?
It's usually either as they're in Earth and they're like getting ready to leave Earth, or they've already left Earth and gone back to Cybertron, is when Unicron always seems to show up. Now, if you look at the original movie version, Unicron shows up after the war is pretty much on Earth is pretty much over for the most part, you know?
Yeah.
Then he shows up.
You remember in one of the animations, Unicron was Earth. Was that Unicron?
Was that the movie?
No, I don't think it was the movie. It was the one of the newer animations after Beast Wars.
I don't recall that one. I do recall later on them talking about Cybertron was actually the god Primus. But
Wow.
as far as Earth being Unicron, I don't recall that.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Let's see here. I want to say Transformers Prime, maybe, or Revenge of the Fallen. No, Prime. I think it was Prime, not Revenge of the Fallen. That's a live action.
Yeah, I don't really recall watching that series. Just didn't strike me as very interesting.
My kids liked it, and I kind of liked it a little bit. Let's see here. Let's go to season 1. I'm assuming the episode will be called Unicron, right?
More than likely.
Season 2. I can understand why I didn't like it, because some of the animation was based off the movies.
Yeah. That kind of like one of those things that just kind of threw me off a little.
I think it might be in the 3rd season. Huh.
So they're talking about the one thing, Transformers The Last Night ending explained who is Unicron. You sure it wasn't the movie?
It might have been. I might be mixing it up.
Okay, here's another one. How can Unicron be inside Earth in Transformers The Last Night? All this seems to be talking about The Last Night.
Yeah. More than likely, it's probably from the last night.
Mr. CCDV says the same thing. The Last Night is the last time I recall Earth being called Unicron. Yeah, or originally in the Sunbow cartoon, we got to remember that the Sunbow cartoon actually they took everything, all their cues originally from the comics, but then they diverged off and they did their own thing. So they kind of like they pretty much wrote their own, I guess you would say, universe at one point. the comics actually talked about Unicron and Primus as being the light and the dark side of like the equivalency of gods in the Transformers universe. After that, all the other franchises began to use that same format, that's what they were, that they were like on god level.
So yeah, I hope they don't. I hope they don't screw this up. I really do. And like you said, Hasbro is the toy maker, and it is Hasbro, right?
Yes.
Has it always been Hasbro that's done the toy line?
It's basically always been Hasbro and Takara. Now, you got to remember when the Transformers line, before it ever became the Transformers line, they were made in Japan under two different toy franchise lines. One called Diaclone, which is two-part word meaning hard as diamond, and what's the other one? Fast. Oh God, now I forgot the fast as the wind. It's so. They had that line, and they also had what was called the Microchange line, which was part of Microman series, or as they became known in the States when they were brought over by Mego as Micronauts. These two lines...
I remember the Micronauts.
Yeah, the Micronauts line added the Microchange, and they were the small little mini cars that were in the shape of the old penny racer cars. They were super deformed-looking cars. They had those. They had, like, the gun... which would become Megatron. They also had a 44 Magnum, and they had another one that was like a 1911 45 ACP. They also had Soundwave, who was Cassette Man, Ravage, who was Robo Jaguar, and all the other the original like 4 tapes. Then they had Reflector, which was part of that series, and then they had a few other like smaller things like Perceptor, who didn't come into play until like the second wave of the Transformers. He was actually originally in the Microchange line from the beginning. And they had a bunch of other toys that just never made it into market. But when Hasbro went to a toy fair, and this was like in 1982, they wound up coming across Takara in these two different toy lines. And they were like, hey, we can join these two toy lines and create a backstory and franchise it in America under a rebrand, and we can make something out of this. So Takara wound up partnering with them. So at one point, it was Takara only making them. Then it became Takara and Hasbro. Then at one point, Takara kind of took a step back from actually creating, and Hasbro ran with it. Now, when Hasbro ran with it, that's when everybody got the Headmasters, the Target Masters. They got the Pretenders. And that's when the entire series of the Transformers and the lines of toys started going downhill. When business started picking back up again for Transformers is when Takara got back into it. And when they got back into it is when they actually did Beast Wars. I wasn't a huge Beast Wars fan myself, but the toys were actually pretty well made, all things considering. And that was when Takara came back on board. So it's always been between Takara and Hasbro that have made this toy line.
Yeah, I remember seeing, and also weren't the original toy line was all diecast, right? All metal.
It wasn't all metal,
but there were some.
There was die-cast metal in them, but it depends on which toys you're talking about. Some toys had more than others. Like the original Optimus Prime figure had a lot more die-cast in it than, say, the Megatron figure did. And there were certain other figures that they had a lot more plastic in them than most people even realize. Like we were just talking about this on Jedi Bill's channel, talking about the GoBots, and they were talking about how cheap the GoBots were made. In all reality, most GoBots figures had almost as much die-cast in them as a Transformer did. Now, of course, there's always exceptions to the rule, but for the most part, yeah, it was almost the same amount of die-cast.
Yeah, I just want to send a shout out to Flip. Thanks for sharing the link on Twitter, man. Appreciate that. Phantom Collective. If you're not sub to them if you can. Appreciate that, Flip.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of them did. A lot of them did. Like GoBots came from Bandai, and they were listed under Machine Robo. And pretty much Tonka did the same thing that Hasbro wound up doing. They went to Japan. They seen these things at the toy fair. They struck a deal with the parent company, and then they rebranded them and brought them to the United States. And then there was tons of other companies that made transforming toys. And some of those wound up becoming labeled as Transformers. They were basically, you know, rebranded. They weren't permanently, you know, tied to the Transformers series because the original company still made it themselves and sold it under their own brand name. But there were certain toys that, yeah, like Macross did the Robotech series, and they had the Robotech Valkyries, and they licensed those out to Hasbro. Now, they did not license them out to Takara in Japan, and Japan never got it. But they licensed it out to Hasbro in the United States, and that was what became the Jetfire figure. And that's why when they did the cartoon, he's not called Jetfire, he's called Skyfire, and he looks a lot different than the original toy because Bandai, under the Robotech Macross series, still had licensing on that, you know, particular look for those Valkyrie jets. So they couldn't use it in the cartoons or in the comic books, and they had to change it.
Huh. Yeah, I remember back when all those toys were everywhere. Toys R Us, everywhere.
Kitty City.
Hobby Lobby, you could go there, you could find some ones that you normally wouldn't be able to find anywhere else sometimes. And knowing now, you know, if we would only would have held on to the ones that I used to have long time ago. And basically, if there's a classic Transformer, basically, I don't let my kids get to it because they're rough on toys. My two youngest, they're real rough on toys.
Well, you know, it's funny about that, Bear. As it's even the re-releases and the rebranding of some of the old figures, even those are worth money. They did a remold of the original Grimlock figure, but they blew up the size of it, so it was stood over 1.5 feet tall at least.
Oh wow!
But it was the classic Grimlock with just a little bit more articulation, and they gave him like the crown, like he had, you know, me Grimlock King, and it was a pretty big figure, and it sold for like, I want to say it sold for almost $70 in Toys R Us at the time. It was less than 4 years after it was selling for that price in Toys R Us that the price on it skyrocketed, and now you can't touch those things for under $500. And that was less than 10 years ago.
Yeah, Chris Persia, I thought it was in Prime. I was trying to find the one episode, but apparently it's not labeled Unicron in that episode where they go into the core. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah. Because, Chris Persia says, found it. During Transformers Prime, Unicron served as the Earth's core and main antagonist during the series. Yeah. Megatron was brought back to life. Oh, when he's brought back to life, what was his name after that? Galvatron. Hey, you owe me a Coke. He said it at the same time. So yeah, what do you think of the rumor Michael Keaton in talks include more than one DC movie? Batman Beyond could be one.
I mean, I would kind of think that would be the only thing that would make sense. I mean, obviously, if they're going to show him, they're going to have to show an aging Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that is just ridiculous.
Because he's what, in his late 60s? Middle 60s?
He's got to be older than that.
Because he certainly is in pretty good shape for his age. Let's see. Michael Keaton, as strange as it sounds, is reportedly having discussions with Warner Brothers about returning to Batman. That may not be the end of the story, though. A new scoop from The Fly in the ointment. Mikey Sutton suggests more roles could be on the table, including one Keaton was rumored for not too long ago, and many want to see him in old Bruce Wayne in Batman movie, Beyond movie. Yeah, what'd you think of the Batman Beyond cartoon?
I don't really recall.
Yeah, I watched it a little bit. It was interesting. It wasn't too bad.
He's 68 years old.
68.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's in really good shape for his age too.
Wes.
Sutton's. What's up, Wes?
Wes, give me money. Give me money.
Yeah, it's in the Four Horsemen chat, Wes. The link to the yard, and it's also in the Fourth Wave community chat. I'll make it easier for you. There we go.
I think this is exactly what this is them like they're actually in desperation now. They took all these bad gambles with some of these characters and they found out it wasn't working, and they're trying to go back to the well to dig up what worked in the past and what could we use now to try to boost, sales and promotion for our movies. I think a lot of these companies, you're going to start seeing a lot of these companies are going to be going into panic mode because all the shit that they've been doing and all the money that they're losing, all the revenue that's drying up.
Hold on a minute. Continue that thought while I let my boys know to not scare the bejeebus out of everybody by screaming and yelling.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Knock yourself out. Yeah. Well, I seen a little bit of it in the comics. I just never watched the show because I just was never really into it all that much. I just didn't. I didn't care for that style of animation very much either. Like I hated that square jaw look, and yeah, I don't know. I think there was something lost in translation when they started moving toward that anime style that was more. I don't know. I don't even know what you would call it because it really wasn't like the anime style of like Japan or anywhere. I mean, it was just all square and boxy looking. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I didn't like it. But obviously, if they're going to do Michael Keaton as an older Bruce Wayne, it could work. It could work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kids just did it again and they ran outside. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, we have this neighbor that they got a really cool dog, and this dog doesn't like anybody else but my kids. So my kids play with this dog and pretty much growls and barks at all the other kids. Don't like the other kids at all. Funny.
So I don't know. What did you think about it, Bear?
About which?
About him coming back?
I don't know. I think if they do it right and there's some kick-ass moments, hell yeah, I'm all for it. Yeah. Yeah, but if they pull that man bad shit, I'm not interested in that. I am not. Not one bit.
I mean, I'm scanning over the article now. I probably should have read it to begin with. But, green light. Okay. Who sees the IP as ripe for 90s nostalgia. So they're saying that they're seeing it ripe for a nostalgia boom in the future. Which is kind of weird. Why, like, why would you want to make a movie now before the boom even hits? But, you know, I think what they really want to say is they're seeing that more people like the older franchises, and they're starting to pay attention to that now. So now they're changing their tune, and they're like, okay, well, instead of like pushing all this agenda, we need to start looking back to see how things were done years ago if we want any success. I really think that's what it is.
Well, I'm really hoping that 90s nostalgia in quotes isn't a misnomer. Because anytime TV and movie production companies and IPs, anytime they say stuff like this, it makes me a little worried. Because we all know that they've tried nostalgia before to win us over, and it was just more of a slap in the face. But if they do this, I hope they do it right. Sutton's scoop begins by explaining interest in Batman Beyond was insufficient, but got the ball rolling. When the Hollywood trades revealed that Michael Keaton was in talks to reprise his role as Bruce Wayne in the upcoming Flash theatrical film and possibly other roles in the DCEU. Now, are they talking about the one guy that played Flash in the current movies?
Yeah, that Ezra Miller. Yeah,
I don't want to see him play Flash. He's horrible.
They still have him set to reprise that role
Even after all the press on stuff that they found on him.
Apparently, even right now, they still haven't replaced him or even announced that they're replacing with him.
Do they not realize that people don't want to see that?
Well, you know,
they'd rather
have the. I think they should have the guy from the TV series.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Much better actor. Yeah, I'd rather see that. And that Flash suit that he was wearing in the movie looked stupid. Looked nothing like the Flash.
Nope. It almost looked like bat armor.
Yeah, almost.
And see,
so basically,
I didn't watch the movie, but I watched all the trailers for it and I was like, yeah, that doesn't look like the Flash.
You see, right here, Warner Brothers is probably accurate in saying Warner Brothers, they felt that there wasn't sufficient interest for them to greenlight it. Now, I can honestly see that. I can see that as legitimate.
For Batman Beyond, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Because it deals with the future elderly life of Bruce Wayne and someone else being Batman, basically. I don't. It'd have to be really, really damn good. That's all I got. All I gotta say is it had to be real good, and there'd have to be no virtue signaling at all, because I don't want to see that. It's going to be an automatic no for me.
More and more people need to be tired of it, though. I mean, that's the thing. When you get all the sheeple out there that just, they don't think it affects them for whatever reason,
And so did this. See, I see this quote right here. That has changed with AT&T, who sees the IP as ripe for 90s nostalgia, which is about, this kind of reminds me of something that J.J. Abrams would say. I'm kind of wondering if J.J. Abrams is going to have his hands in this, because we know he's going to be going to work for Warner Brothers making Superman movies, right?
I thought he already was working with them.
Yeah. So Oh man, I don't know. Anything that he's got his hands on, he's gonna JJ-fy it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of people that talk about the Force Awakens not being that bad. I'm sorry. I think I thought that movie was trash from the jump. I didn't like it. Because of the Force Awakens, I never went back to the movie theaters to watch another Star Wars movie again. And because of that, I didn't go to the theaters to watch very many of the Marvel movies. It's just because of what he did in the Force Awakens, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't care for Ezra Miller at all. He wasn't Barry, and he definitely wasn't the Flash. I agree, Chris. Absolutely. Oh, Bruce gave him his suit? No kidding. Yeah. I don't remember in the history of Flash Bruce Wayne giving the Flash its suit. Do you?
Yeah, no.
I don't remember that.
Hey, Chris, I know they said that he was going to be the head honcho over DCEU, but if he has like full control and complete and total control over everything, yeah, you might be watching the DCEU implode on itself.
No, he didn't act like Barry Allen. He acted like a freaking cokehead, is what he acted like. All coked up. Way too many energy drinks. That's what it looked like. Spastic. To me, that wasn't Barry Allen.
Yeah, I mean, can anybody even like,
Yeah.
what's Flash's favorite quote? Don't make me choke a bitch out or something. I think that was it, right?
Yeah. And wasn't there an actual police report of such stuff? the word "why" really large with a really large red question mark pops up. You know, I don't know. Nah.
Yeah, Chris, I think so. I mean, the problem with JJ is he needs somebody to rein him in. If somebody doesn't rein him in and they just give him the keys to the car, he's going to drive that bitch into the wall. Because that's just what he does.
Or worse, off the cliff. Off the cliff, right into the gorge, and that's 1,000 feet or so.
Either way, it's going to be wrecked in the end. I mean, look. I mean, he's left 2 franchises in tatters when he walked away. So far.
Is it only 2? Star Trek, Star Wars.
Yeah, those are the only 2 that I know of offhand. I really don't know what else he may or may not have had his hands in, but isn't that enough? He took 2 of the he took 2 of the biggest sci-fi, or sci-fi and science fantasy. He took 2 of the biggest sci-fi and science fantasy movies of all time, and he ruined them. He wrecked them. He made them a ghost of what they formerly were. It's just pathetic. And if he's going to go to the DCEU and do that, what a mess. What a mess that could be.
Utter mess. Disaster.
Here's the thing. With him going over there, is he going to wind up having a hand in everything else too, including that Snyder cut? If he's got say over everything.
That means he'll have his hands in the Snyder cut?
If he's the overlord of DCEU, if that report is correct, why wouldn't he get involved in that too?
Shoot. Yeah. J.J. Abrams is like when someone comes to you would you like some cognac? And you say yes. And then they bring you Jack Daniels. See, there's nothing wrong with Jack Daniels, but they told you they were bringing you cognac. But instead, they just brought you some regular whiskey. And if you know you're getting whiskey, they should just tell you that you're going to get whiskey. Right?
No. See, JJ's the guy that you ask for, I don't know, a tequila sunrise, and he'll bring you a natty ice. That's the type of guy JJ is. Some old hot-ass Pabst Blue Ribbon that was sitting out by a river.
Yeah. Yeah. That's worse than drinking Budweiser all day long in the sun. And that ain't much better. I know from personal experience. Yep. Mm-hmm. Long time ago. You know, they say ain't nothing like a ice cold Budweiser going down the gullet. Mm-hmm. They didn't tell you about the way it goes out. Exactly. Good timing. Oh, the other trifecta. Man.
No, that's not true. He could always go back to Marvel and finish off the Marvel universe.
Oh, I think Marvel's pretty much finishing itself off with the pandering and the virtue signaling, the lack of really good written stories, you know.
The whole thing is, though, is both DC and Marvel already have wonderfully written stories that they don't have to alter very much. They could take the original outlines from these comics, they could alter them slightly to make a different story for the movies, but keep the basic premise the same, and they could have hits on their hands. They could roll them out, but they just don't want to. They want to go in, they want to change everything, they want to write something completely different and throw in some of their garbage-ass freaking nonsense with their virtue signaling and their pandering and their agenda, and they crash it right into the ground.
Yeah, I've literally got. I will say it this way to be fair, because I think a script doctor when I say this. I don't like the bad apples that are in Hollywood, and I wish the good apples that are in Hollywood, I wish they would be more prominent and not be so afraid. I'll put it like that. And I was specifically thinking of script doctor because he he writes scripts and he's in the business and all that, and so yeah, gotta be fair, even sometimes if it's fun not to be. What's going on, Wes?
Hey guys, so we're talking about Michael Keaton as Batman. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, we started out talking about Transformers: War for Cybertron Siege. Trailer reveals premiere date, and premiere date for that is going to be July 30th on Netflix. And I found another article that was basically Transformers Cybertron animated movie focuses on Optimus Prime and Megatron, but that was April 30th article, and it's looking like now maybe that might be put on the side because it looks like they went with this instead.
Interesting.
And there's another article that's also about Transformers, Cybertron, Netflix trailer, stuff like that. There's also,
well, I would like to see Keaton as starting like a Batman. Well, I'd like to see a Batman Beyond, but I mean, unfortunately, what we've got is JJ going along for the ride.
There's a release date for the new Transformers movie. June 24, 2022.
Is it the same creative team?
I don't know, but it's going to be about the Beast Wars. Transformers movie gets a release date. Could be Beast Wars. It's rumored, and this was posted May 2nd, 2020.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they have the creative team that did the Beast Wars and it's in the same, similar animation style, I'd be all over that. I love the Beast Wars. I actually thought the writing in the Beast Wars was on par with G1. That was pretty close.
Paramount's given the they greenlit it, and it's got a release date.
Huh.
I don't think it's going to be live action. I think it's going to be animation. I'm looking if it says whether it's animation or... Ooh! Let's see. One of the films by murder mystery writer James Vanderbilt that is adapting the popular Transformers Beast War animated series, an action figure line which sees the Autobots, Maximals, and Decepticons, Predacons. I don't like that word Maximal. I don't know how I feel about that. Transform into animals instead of vehicles, i.e. Optimus Prime as a gorilla, Megatron as a dinosaur, Rhinox as Rhino, Cheetor as Cheetah, Scorponok as a scorpion. The other project is by John Wick 3 executive producer Army of the Dead writer Jody Harold, and is said to take place in the Bumblebee universe. Huh? So does that mean it's not going to be an animation? The article further notes that it's not definite yet which one will make it to production. So this is all up in the air. They got a date, and so it sounds like to me that these are some things they may or may not do.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Bumblebee movie, but I heard that's the best one of the all of the movies that have been done in this universe.
Well, I will say this: my brother-in-law actually got it on Vudu, and it shows up on my Prime. I watched it from there, and it's okay. My kids liked it. They're my boys are kind of picky about stuff they watch. And they're willing to watch stuff they've never watched before if it sounds interesting.
Well, that's good. I was definitely not like that when I was a kid.
Yeah, they like stuff like Godzilla. They like King Kong. They like the Kong movie, Skull Island. They only watched the King Kong bits. That's the parts they liked. That's what they wanted to see. They wanted to see King Kong. And so I would show them the King Kong bits. But other than that, they weren't really interested in watching anything other than the King Kong parts.
Sounds like me when I put Bullet in. I only watched the chase scene, and that's it. I still don't know what happens in that damn movie.
So, Wes.
Yeah.
When it comes to, you were saying the Transformers, and you haven't seen Bumblebee. Were you heavy into the original G1?
Dude, I loved it. I mean, I think I like G.I. Joe a little bit more, but Transformers, they're is one of my favorite cartoons. I went to see the movie when it came out.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you this about Bumblebee. It's trash. The best thing
I had a feeling you're going to say that.
The best part of that movie is like the first 4.5, almost 5 minutes when they're on Cybertron. After that, it turns into a Bayformer movie.
Oh, no. Well, I'm not into that at all.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Bumblebee looks slightly closer to a G1 look, but he doesn't really act like Bumblebee. He can't talk, just like the Bayformers. Like, it's just dumb. And then on top of that, they take the original story, because the original story is they crash land on Earth. In this version, Optimus Prime sends Bumblebee ahead of them to scout out Earth and to try to make alliances prior to their arrival to fight off the Decepticons who were on their way.
Yeah.
They've totally taken the story and they've thrown it out the window in that movie. And that's one of the things that everybody overlooks. And then on top of that, in the beginning of the movie, when Optimus Prime addresses Bumblebee, he doesn't address him as Bumblebee. He addresses him as something number 112, something whatever. He's got a number.
What? Well, that doesn't sound better.
And he becomes code name Bumblebee later on. Like it's just dumb. It's dumb to me.
What?
I mean,
what? I guess I shouldn't be surprised that the mainstream press is saying that it's better than the other ones.
Wow. Yeah, RR was saying they could make a guaranteed bank if they would simply do a direct adaptation of Return of the Dark Knight with Keaton. It's staring them right in the face. Yeah, I caught that. Yeah. Because Keaton right now, he's in... It was what? It wasn't that long ago that he played in with that Spider-Man movie, and he was the villain in that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was the Vulture. He did a great job. I thought he did a fantastic job.
And then he was in that movie Birdman. Was it Birdman?
Yeah.
And I hear, and I haven't seen it yet, but I hear he's quite active in that movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
So if they're going to do a Batman with Michael Keaton, then do a freaking Batman movie. Warner Brothers, if you happen to watch this, I doubt it. But if you do an actual Batman movie with Keaton in his older years being Batman, being kick-ass, that's what the fans want.
Warner Brothers, if DC Universe, if you guys want to survive, you just got to do one thing. First off, get rid of JJ.
Yeah.
Well, they've already paid him.
Or you need to give JJ a handler that has say over his head.
They've already paid him way too much money. They're not going to, keep the $500 million, JJ.
They just need to put somebody in charge of him. They need to put him on a leash.
Yeah, they should have only gave him $100 million and say, all right, here's $100 million. Prove to us you can do something. And the success of the movie predicated on the rest of the money.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not even the person that makes movies, and I just thought about that right there. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Remember the old saying, proof's in the pudding? Well, the other saying, put up or shut up, and, basically as an economic advisor, somebody should have been telling them, hey, give him partial payment, make him prove himself. If the movie does good, then give him the other chunk of the money. It's smart, right?
Well, that's how a normal person would negotiate.
Right.
He's connected, and it's what Robert Meyer Burnett also always says. It's not what you deserve; it's what you negotiate.
Right.
I got a better saying for somebody like JJ: money talks and bullshit walks.
Yep.
He should be walking off a very, very short pier.
Yeah, he should be exiled to the island. That lost.
It's like JJ, take a walk on a sidewalk on a cul-de-sac, okay? Or take a walk on the sidewalk on a roundabout. And just keep walking; you'll get there eventually. After you figure out you're walking in circles.
Tell him to take a long spacewalk off a short space bridge.
Yeah.
I still think exile to the Lost Island is the best thing for him. Mystery boxes here, there, and everywhere.
Freaking mystery boxes, man.
That never pay off in a satisfying way. Or exile him to the moon and have red matter destroy the island and have him watch it.
Yeah, and cross 3 or 4 other universes in there and complicate the hell out of it.
Yep. Exactly.
And then have a ship made from fossilized shit fly in and save the day. I think I'm having fun with that.
Yeah. Have Peter Weller come in there and be a villain. Have him smack JJ around a little bit.
Good question, RR. Good question. Obviously, people that have no common sense.
Let me see.
Who in the hell gives $5 million to a guy who has a track record of killing franchises that lasted for decades before he got his grubby hands on them? What kind of business model is that? It is the business model of those who just don't give a rat's ass and like losing money, apparently.
You know, I kind of half wonder if half of these Hollywood deals aren't put together, after after these guys have had a bunch of drinks and they go to piss in the bathroom together, like, yeah, why don't we pay JJ $500 million? Okay. And that's how the deals are made.
Hey, Mr. CCDV, I sent you a yard link if you're still out there listening. Check your DMs on Twitter.
Hello, Mr. CCDV.
Yeah, he was in the chat a little bit ago. So was Bone. Let's see, DJ Odyssey. Nancy was with us.
Wow.
Chris Persia, of course. MP Conzi, first time we've seen him.
Check the participants here.
Horizon.
Looked like he just stopped in to say hey. Let's see.
Well, it looks like we have. We do have nine watching, but
10
okay.
now.
There's Hello, Parrot Head.
Hey, Parrot Head, how you doing? Power Rangers, such a disappointment. They kept changing the colors. Marketing, laughing out loud. Had a full-size poster of the original Blue Ranger in my son's room. He loved the color. Blue funny. Did you mean funny? I don't think she meant funny. Maybe.
Why didn't I see that comment? Where's that comment at?
Oh, it's way up there.
Yeah,
okay.
That's an older.
That's at 713.
Gotcha. Oh, Sentinel was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people showed up.
Yep. Actually, was rocking that tune quite a lot over the last 2 days. It's a good song.
No, you just seen that now?
Yeah, I was scrolled up in the chat looking at, shouting at everyone that showed up and all that. Yeah, I found the Transformers article and it's like, God, I'm make a video. And I'm like, I gotta get Tommy in on this because Tommy knows more about Transformers than I do. Tommy's like a walking encyclopedia, damn near. Right,
Yeah.
Tommy?
How long did I go on about that?
A good bit, and it was all very, very knowledgeable and appreciated.
No, appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, because I was going to make a video that's like, well, I had normally if I want to just do a real quick video, I'll do a live stream so it's private, and I'll make the video and then unprivate it afterwards, and then it's a video.
I think I need to take that approach because, man, I spent 2 hours editing a video and I lost everything. I was so pissed.
Oh my God. The very first video that I did, I had 5 hours of work in it and it went poof. Oh man. And then I was awake another 5 hours redoing it. My God, I'm so upset.
Were you awake for those 5 hours just to redo it, or were you sitting there steaming and fuming over it?
I steamed and fumed for about 20 minutes. Went outside, had a cigarette, came back, and started over. That was the first video that I did. I used Movie Maker Pro by Microsoft.
Yeah, I'm using Adobe Premiere 2020 Elements.
It's that video, and another one's probably one of the very few scripted videos that I've made.
Yeah, I find bullet points work better for me than when I script it out. When I script it out, I just sound too robotic.
And because normally when I do a screen recording, I'll use Flashback Express 5.
Mando Merc, what up?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
Mondo.
Merc, how you doing? Hail. And I'll use Flashback 5, and I'll use that to record my video. And it comes in real handy. And what I'll do is I'll go into a yard, turn the green screen on, and I'll record with screen record. Me talking about whatever I want, and then I'll stop that and save it, and then I'll open a new one up, and then I'll screen record the article. Because I've discovered basically if I switch tabs and then switch back, my words don't sync with my mouth moving after that. And I pretty much solved that by just recording my commentary with the yard window open, and then I end that, and then I switch over to the article. And it seems to work out pretty good. But in a pinch, I just do a quick live stream, because I can look at the article, and then I can have my little icon out there and all that. I did that last Saturday.
Conroy.
I
Who is Conroy?
Kevin Conroy did the voice of Batman and Batman the Animated Series, and then they brought him back live action in Batwoman and killed him.
Okay. Yeah,
Which
Chris
a lot of
was talking about the CW crossover, Crisis on Infinite Earths. I
Yep.
didn't watch all of them because the only ones I seen were the ones from the Flash, because I can't stand Supergirl or Legends of Tomorrow, so I missed most of the shows.
I have, I don't think I've watched any CW shows since like season 2 of The Flash.
I'm just curious about Legends of Tomorrow. What about it do you not like?
Who, me?
Yeah.
It was like last season they did this one episode, and it was the episode that turned me off from watching any more of the show. They did this whole episode where they were doing the Salem witches and the witch trials, and everything was all about man bad, patriarchy smash, and that's what the whole episode was about. You can watch it and easily see the entire episode is nothing but that. That's all it was. And I couldn't even get through the damn episode. It was so ridiculous. I mean, I don't see how anybody could have watched that and not seen how ridiculously freaking,
Which season is
pandering
that?
it was. God. I forget. I'm assuming it's whatever the last, not this last season that just happened, but the season before, I'm pretty sure. Like I said, I started watching it. I got so disgusted with it, I turned it off and haven't watched it since.
Yeah, RR is onto something there. A lot of fans with, me included, I really did want to see what a live action Kevin Conroy Batman was going to be. And I didn't see I saw the clip. I saw what happened to him, but man, it was, they did him. They did a Jake Skywalker to him. It was pretty awful.
Yeah.
All right, Witch Hunt.
That's a thing now.
All
They
right,
pulled the Jake Skywalker.
Bear.
Yep, a Jake Skywalker and IP card, one of those two.
It was season 4, episode 2.
Yeah, I don't think I like that episode.
Yeah, it was called Witch Hunt.
Yeah, I don't think I like that episode. It's probably my least favorite because I like the Legends. Is it perfect? No, but there's a few different characters that I like.
I don't know. I just got so irritated with that episode I couldn't get past it. I couldn't. Couldn't do it.
You know, I like Rory.
Did they kill him off?
I don't think they did.
Because I used to like Mr. Cold.
They killed him off.
Yeah. I liked his character. And then they tried to bring him back and they ruined him when they brought him back.
Oh yeah, they and you know I didn't care that it didn't bug me that they wrote him as gay. But I thought that they pushed it a little bit too far over the top. It would have been less noticeable if they had not been so overt, because it was a good character and it was well done. And just I think they just pushed a little bit too much. Had they not done that, he would have been he was an annoying character in that. And had they not pushed it so much, I think that character would have been more likable. Because it wasn't bad. It just I think they just pushed a little bit too much with a little bit of virtue signaling, and they didn't have to do that.
What kind of message are they saying there that you have to die to become gay?
I don't even think it's that. Hey, Wilkie's premise.
I don't know. I kind of see it that way, Bear. It just seemed funny to me.
Yeah, you would think that.
What show are we talking about?
Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah, I walked into one.
What's up, Wookie?
Wes, I walked into that.
Right. I haven't seen the show, so I don't know. So I'm just curious, you know, Tommy, since you are the Transformers guy, which do you prefer, the Transformers cartoon before the movie, or the Transformers cartoon after the movie came out and they changed things up?
Obviously, I like everything before the movie. The stuff that's after the movie wasn't bad, but I mean, quite honestly, I mean, let's be honest. All the characters that they made for that movie, they weren't the same as their G1 counterparts, most of them. Mm-hmm. Now, and some of the new characters were fine, you know, Blur, Cup, Springer, you know, all those characters fine, but Rodimus Prime he was not Optimus Prime. Just wasn't. And I mean, the funny thing is the reason they did things the way they did it when they made that 86 movie is because they were moving all the first two series of product out the door because they wanted to make way for new product. That's why all the old characters, with the exception of a few people like Jazz and Bumblebee and Cliffjumper, all the other older characters were all killed off.
Yep.
Because they were moving that product line out the door because they weren't going to sell it anymore in the toy shelves. So they wanted to get it out of the way. They wanted to kill the characters off and then present all these new characters. And that's what they pushed when they started doing the next seasons of Transformers cartoons after the movie. It was all about a push on the new product line. And they got such big blowback from it. That is why they wound up bringing Optimus Prime back.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a good move. Bringing him back was a good move.
Oh yeah, Mando, absolutely. It was all about moving the toy line. But I mean, the funny thing is this is a funny thing about that toy line though. Now, even though that they were pushing the old toy line out and pushing the new toy line in, did you know that actually it's the first time that the toys didn't come first?
Wow.
The cartoon was created first. Then they made the toys based on the cartoon movie.
It's interesting.
Wookiee Supremacy says, want to hear something funny? I just got followed on Twitter by a church pianist. Never in a million years would I had thought this kind of person would approve of anything I had to say.
Strange times, Wookiee.
Yep. You know, Rodimus Prime, his vehicle form kind of reminds me a little bit of the Homer from The Simpsons. You know, when Homer designed a car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really weird. The front and the back half of it don't go together.
Yeah. Yeah. There's an analogy. J.J. Abrams making a Superman movie is like Homer Simpson making a Superman movie. I was thinking about you, Tom. That's my Tom impersonation.
Or is that your Bat Tom impersonation?
Yeah.
What's
Bat Tom.
going on here? Did somebody say Bat Tom?
I got sent a photo.
No, Wookie? You didn't think you'd be supporting the cops either?
R says that's what made the movie so groundbreaking. When I was a kid, killing off all those characters we grew up with. Yeah, man, it was violent for a kid's movie. They had cursing too.
Well, they only had that one scene with Spike. It was one scene when he says "damn" in the beginning of the movie.
Well, there's a couple. There's two. There's Spike saying "shit" when they get sucked into Unicron, or "oh shit," or something like that. And then there's the scene which I think they actually took out of some DVD releases. And then they have oh god, what's the other shit? Robert Stack played him. Ultra Magnus. Trying to open the Matrix, and he goes, "Open, damn it, open!"
Yeah,
there were like these old grannies in there that gasped when the cuss words went off, and any of the Autobots got taken out. Yeah, it's pretty graphic, like the smoke coming out of their eyes and mouths.
Oh, Mando Merc. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. It was actually not Micro Changers, but Micro Change, and the other one was called Diaclone.
RR says Rodimus was a whiny pussy. They had no choice but to bring back Optimus. Yeah, he really was. Oh, I don't know why I should be the leader. Why am I the leader? If only Prime were here. If only Prime were here. What a wimp.
Hey, go ahead and continue that thought. I got to go check on something real quick. Right back.
Okay. Yeah, but
hey, I'm gonna jump on this one real quick, Wes. Mando Merc, yeah, the original Japanese, all of them were mechs except Megatron. Megatron wasn't any part of that original Diaclone series. He was actually part of the Micro Change line, and he was not a piloted mech. Along with Soundwave, well, he was Cassette Man then, and then Robo Jaguar, and then the what would become Reflector was the camera set. They were actually all part of Micro Change, and then the Diaclone one was all the ones that were the mech suits, and that included the original 3 Insecticons. They were all part of the Diaclone series. The original 5 Dinobots, they were all part of the Diaclone series. And believe it or not, the original Constructicons, they were in different colors, mind you. They were orange and yellow instead of green, but they were all part of the original Diaclone series as well. That's why a lot of those older G1 Transformers, they all had these little flip-up things, or they had little seats on them, because they were all meant to be piloted mech suits.
interesting. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Like, even on the Dinobots, they had, like, little spots on them where you would open it up, and there you could sit a pilot in them, like on the back of a Grimlock's toy. There was a little slot there to put the Diaclone figures.
Well, here's an interesting piece of trivia for you. What was Optimus Prime's name before he became Optimus Prime?
The Battle Convoy.
I mean, when they time traveled back on Cybertron in the cartoon.
Orion Pax.
Yep. Just checking. Yeah, that was interesting. That was an interesting episode.
Yeah, they changed that when they redid them in the IDW comics. They actually turned him into a police officer in that one.
Huh. Interesting.
And he becomes Optimus Prime after being double-crossed by Megatron when they're taking out the autocracy. They're taking out all the senators and everybody else that are corrupt and ruling everybody on Cybertron with a steel fist. And after they take out Sentinel Prime, Megatron turns on Orion, blasts him through the chest, and then he winds up in a cavern far under the levels of the planet Cybertron, and he winds up being called by the Matrix, and the Matrix repairs him, and he turns into Optimus Prime. That's how they did it in the IDW books. Now, they had a different version of it when they did the war for Cybertron. They had a different version in that one where he actually goes in front of a council and he's handed the Matrix or the planet gave it to him. I forget exactly how that went because it's been a long time since I played that game. Either way, he got the Matrix while, in the midst of Cybertron being under siege from the Decepticons.
Which one of those
stuff?
Which one of those versions do you like the best?
It's really hard to pick one of them. I like both the IDW and I like the game version. I mean, obviously the original comic book is always like the be all end all to me, because when you look back on it, Bud Budiansky, who worked for Marvel, wrote all those original bios. He also worked on the original comic books. His vision between him and Jim Shooter, their vision of what Transformers were going to be, is the definitive guide to me. That is like the starting canon. All the other stuff needs to fit into that in some way. And if it doesn't really fit into it, then at that point, it becomes kind of hard to pick and choose which one that you want to follow. But I think out of everything, the video game did a fairly decent job of following all the canon that came before it. And the IDW series, while they took some big twists and turns, for the most part, they followed a lot of the original stuff that was already set down. Now, as far as some of the newer cartoons, they didn't follow it at all. A lot of them.
Interesting.
And especially that Bumblebee movie. Get back to that. I'd slam that and throw that under the sidewalk a few more times. I can't stand it.
So apparently my youngest was running around with a butter knife, didn't have no shoes on, didn't have a shirt on. Of course, it's warm out and all that, so I don't care about that. He had his house pants on, just running around, had a butter knife, and my oldest says, hey, he's got a butter knife, and basically, he won't listen to no one but me. So I told him, come here. I told him, you go into your room, you're going to stay there. If you want a root beer float in a little while, you better stay there. Because I got vanilla ice cream and some root beer earlier.
Oh, or what about G.I. Joe? So I can tell you about G.I. Joe. So Transformers is inexplicitly, it is linked to G.I. Joe. Why is it linked to G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe actually was hugely popular in the 60s, and Japan, it just coming, into play on their own with toys. We're still doing a lot of dolls and stuff like that. Takara wanted to get out of dolls, and they wanted to get into the action figure line, which was becoming increasingly popular. So they actually partnered up with Hasbro to license G.I. Joe to sell in Japan, but under different names. And they were doing superhero type figures and stuff like that. The line wasn't selling very well. So Japan actually, Takara actually did a reworking of the original G.I. Joe, and they made it with translucent plastic. They made it with internal guts and then silver heads and then changeable arms and weapons and everything. And they created what was known as the Henshin Cyborg. Now, they ran into problems when there was an oil crisis. Now, once the oil crisis hit, they couldn't afford to make these big, giant 12-inch freaking plastic dolls anymore. So they shrunk them down, and they created the Microman line. Once they created the Microman line, that's when they started making things with interchangeable parts, which eventually wound up leading to them creating the Microchains and the Diaclone lines. Now,
Wow.
the funny thing is when Hasbro had licensed this stuff off to Takara wound up licensing the Transformers back off to Hasbro, completing the circle.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty deep stuff.
Yeah.
Now, now they had.
Hey,
Whoa,
look, it's Streamlabs.
how does Streamlabs get in there?
That's what I'm wondering.
I didn't know you could connect Streamlabs. Oh, you know what? You probably have them. You know, you posted in there as an approved moderator. That's probably why. But that's weird.
Never popped up before.
It doesn't do that on mine.
I've never seen that pop up on mine. That's freaking weird, man.
You should log in and check check your moderators and see if you have Streamlabs in there as a moderator. But I've never seen that. That's very interesting verbiage there.
I'm gonna show you something weird. All right.
Hold on. No, I can't do it from Streamlabs. Nuts.
Let's see.
I was going to say, because I could, if I was on YouTube,
Stream.
I'd be able to time Streamlabs bot out. I've done it to the YouTube bots.
Now, here's my Discord. Can you guys see that?
Uh-huh.
This right here is Streamlabs in Discord.
Oh, did you maybe give it permissions to your YouTube?
I may have when I streamed through Streamlabs.
So we'll see. Now I have to check my Discord because now I'm starting to get paranoid.
So, yeah, checking. Yeah, definitely checking. I am looking at that right now because I've never seen Streamlabs comment in my live streams ever.
That makes two of us.
Let's see settings.
So I see Streamlabs in Discord just like you see it in your Discord.
Yeah. Let's see community. Let's see here.
So in mine, there's a part where it says you do not have permission to send messages. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know.
It's definitely not in my approved moderator list at all.
Wow.
I'm just looking now, and I don't have any approved users yet.
Well, hold on. Let me see if. So okay, so Mondo's not is not a mod. Wow, man, that's weird.
It is weird.
Hey, one of the other guys, Parrot Head or RR, try and post a link and see. Let's see what happens here. That's very strange. You know, a lot of times when you start,
There you go. Here, I got this handled for you. I got this handled. There you go. There you go. You don't have to worry about Streamlabs bot anymore. I timed them out.
That's really weird.
Done and done.
yeah.
It's like, did the YouTube AI take over Streamlabs or something?
I know sometimes when you start linking stuff, weird stuff can happen.
Weird. Weird. I have never ever seen that before. That blows my mind.
A first for me as well.
Because I've seen it on other streams, but never on mine.
Yeah, I think you have to disable the bot.
And not when you're streaming from StreamYard. Usually, if you stream, you have to have Streamlabs open, and you give it permissions. And it'll do it when you're streaming from Streamlabs, but not from StreamYard. StreamYard should be a totally separate ecosystem. That's weird.
Really strange.
Is it conspiracy or conspiracy?
Conspiracy.
Chris Perza, just because you have a Streamlab bot or even a YouTube bot in there, even though they can do things that moderators can do, they can still be timed out, because I've actually timed out the YouTube bots on other people's channels.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's really, really weird, man.
So, yeah, RR saying that it blocked his link when he tried to post a link. Yeah, try and time me out, Tommy. I want to see what happens.
I have to open it back up again. Well, you're a mod on the channel, right?
Yeah. So that's
I can't time you out. It would just bring up block or whatever. Yeah, but like that, Streamlabs is either an official Streamlab bot that's not really supposed to be on, or it's somebody just going under the guise of Streamlabs.
I'm gonna probably lean towards the latter because,
Yeah, Chris Perza, I was actually on Zod's channel when I still used to go on his channel, and his the YouTube Nightbot kept messing with everybody in the chat. So every time Nightbot popped back up, I would time Nightbot out to remove it from the chat.
Because you know what, I'm looking at the Streamlabs server on Discord, and the mere fact that I'm in the Streamlabs server, there could be some weird cross pollination. And guess what? I'm leaving that server now.
Yeah, Mando. Yeah, I was talking about that too, about Earthrise. Yeah.
So right, I left the Streamlabs server on Discord. Weird, man. Weird stuff.
It was mildly disturbing.
Yeah. I'm like, what? Streamlab? What the hell? I've never seen that.
Stream. It's very weird.
You know, just for giggles, every now and then I try to paste a link to see if people got that turned on or off, just for giggles. And for the majority of the time, it's off. Siege was the first line, huh?
Well, under the new, this revamped series that they wound up doing,
Yeah.
Siege is the first of a trilogy of lines of the War for Cybertron. Because if you look at the when they first came out with the Siege toy line, Siege, it's listed as Siege, the War for Cybertron trilogy, meaning there's going to be 3 distinct lines. So the first one was the Siege line. The second line is the Earthrise line, which is the one I was talking about earlier, where they're given the more, classic Earth modes for the vehicles. And then they're going to have a third one, which I'm assuming is probably going to be a Return to Cybertron line. Because it sounds like they're following the IDW comic. Because that's how it worked in IDW. They were on Cybertron, they went to Earth, they went back to Cybertron. Yeah, Mando. Earthrise just came out pretty recently, like maybe a month ago at the most. Month, maybe 2, if it was even that long ago.
Hail the Gilkman.
Yeah, what's up, Gilkman?
Hail the Gilkman. How you doing, Thomas?
The Gilkman cometh.
Hail indeed. All right.
Yeah, you sit there and ask me questions about that stuff all day. I could answer them. Start asking me stuff about Captain Marvel, and I'll just get quiet because I don't know nothing about it, and I don't care.
You say Captain Marvel.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in the unofficial Captain Marvel that was made on certain nefarious website. She looked better, might I say? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Mando, they only just started with that series. I'm pretty sure they're still only in the first wave. They usually do. I think it's like 4 waves of figures.
Wait, did Peter Cullen die?
Not as far as I know.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, it's kind of odd that they're not using him for Optimus Prime.
Yeah, says he's still alive.
I mean,
He
from
did
what
the.
from what I heard though, Wes, the guy who's actually doing it sounds pretty close to what Cullen did. So it might not be that bad.
Well, I think yeah, I don't know. But they got Frank Welker to come back and do Megatron, and he didn't sound a thing like Megatron. Which
All right,
he did the voice for Star. Wait, he did the voice for Starscream and the TV series Galvatron after the movie, right? Also, in addition to Megatron.
I'm pretty sure he did Galvatron.
Yeah,
I forget because I always remember who did Galvatron in the movie, which was Leonard Nimoy.
yeah, that was a pretty amazing Galvatron.
Oh yeah, yeah. Good night, Chris Berger. Thanks for stopping by and just being you. Thank you.
Good night, Chris Berger.
Take care.
Yeah, Parrothead. You'll notice that you have an accessory in chat now. Hey, look at the private chat real quick and tell me what you guys think. Yeah, that is really weird. I've never seen Streamlab pop up like that before. Weird, man.
Right.
And it could have to do with the fact that I've got Streamlabs installed on my laptop as well as and I've got it on my phone. And I've used Streamlabs on my phone to live stream with. So it could have been an approved thing. That could be the connection. Quite possibly.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm just a guy eating my popcorn watching a picture show, man. Well, maybe a little vocal and a little more opinionated lately. I'm just tired of all the malarkey. All the malarkey that the pink elephant has brought.
Yeah, there's a lot of malarkey that it's brought for sure. It's just stampeding all over the damn place, and just, needs to go go back to the circus and just stay there and not bother anybody.
Yeah.
So Leonard Nimoy is the best Galvatron. Starscream. This is bad comedy, says Mondo Merc. I actually prefer the line. It's a pity you Autobots die so easily. Otherwise, there'd be some sense of satisfaction at the end. I thought that was the best line. Again, not a good line for a kids movie.
Yeah.
Now they definitely ran with the adult-oriented themes in that one.
Yeah.
I mean, along with the sexual tension between RC whoring it out for Springer and Hot Rod. So.
Yeah.
That was, Wes, that was one of the things when I talk about the IDW comics that I thought was actually kind of cool, is IDW actually incorporated some of those elements from the movie when they talk about that fight between Optimus Prime and Megatron and how Hot Rod kind of got in the way. Yeah, they had the same thing happen in the IDW. The only difference is that Hot Rod didn't actually lead to Optimus getting killed. That was the only difference they made, but they pretty much reproduced the scene, which was kind of cool.
I'll have to check it out. That does sound pretty cool. Stupid Hot Rod got him killed and then, stole the Matrix. Well, he didn't steal it, but it wasn't meant for him.
I did the sensible thing, and whatever that was, I just blocked it from the channel.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, it's too much of an unknown for me. There's too many maybes surrounding it.
Yeah, like why is it doing that? That's one.
Yeah, basically watching a picture show, eating the popcorn. Lots of popcorn. Yep. Popcorn. Yeah. Yep. Possibly. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Buttery popcorn. Love buttery popcorn.
Yummy popcorn. Yep.
Get that Captain Season's ranch dressing. Good stuff. Ranch seasoning.
Seasoning? That might be different.
Oh, yeah. You get the ranch
Yeah.
stuff, put real butter on there, and then you get that ranch seasoning. It's really good.
Yeah, that might actually be good.
Yeah. They've got
Yeah,
a jalapeno seasoning, too. It's good.
Yeah, I broke down. I got some Pringles. I don't get them very often, but every now and then. And, of course, my youngest, I got a couple different types of flavor of Pringles. And the original, both my youngest both had their little share. And then my youngest, he snagged the can, went and hid with it, and ate the whole thing. Well, I just happened to have one of those short cans of Pringles, and I told my wife, I go, this is for Ian when he wants to have some Pringles. Put this up and just give him some when he wants some. Because that wasn't very fair for my youngest to eat all the Pringles. It wasn't all for him to eat. So I thought that was fair.
Yeah, I like the Pringles because they're the way they're stacked, and then they have that certain crunch to them, and you don't really have broken chips.
Yeah, you know what they call those in the UK? They call them crisps.
Yeah,
I do believe crisps.
Yep.
Potato crisps, because chips are what we call French fries there.
Exactly.
Well, there's a reason why I don't bring up the 17th letter too much. And it's because of that. That's why. And that, and I normally don't go too deep on my channel. I normally go a little bit deeper on Wes's conspiracy show. That's kind of where we keep a lot of that stuff at. We talk about the light stuff, and we poke fun at the pink elephant, and we have fun with that. We don't get too serious on my channel.
Yeah, that we barely.
You see, honestly, in England, I don't know what biscuits and gravy is in England. That's not something I know about. I know what it is here, but it's a completely different thing, I'm sure. Oh, and don't get me started on the pudding. It's completely different.
I
English
think,
pudding.
yeah, it's like a bread based, isn't it?
It's to me, it's like a cross between a biscuit and shortbread cookie.
Well, Mando, they always considered him Prime's right-hand man. But if you want to talk about who was actually in succession of rank, Prowl was actually ranked higher than Jazz.
Yeah, where did Ultra Magnus come from? Damn it!
Ultra Magnus was actually a reworking of the original Battle Convoy. And he was a leftover from the Diaclone era. And he was actually one of the last Diaclone era Transformers that were brought over when, you know, Hasbro had did a licensing agreement with Takara.
Cookies and gravy.
Yeah, the British biscuits are kind of like a shortbread cookie, I think, is what they are. And what was the other thing? Oh, the gravy. I don't know what the gravy is. I thought their gravy was like a hollandaise sauce, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, what's
Crumpets.
So what actually is traditional pudding in the UK, in England proper? If you know Wilkie supremacy.
I guess that that lady that that is accusing Angry Joe of Me Too is supposedly part of the you know the Wookiee community, Wookiee supremacy. So that's I think that might be troubling for you. I don't know.
I don't know. There's a lot of different Transformer characters I like. I like Ultra Magnus, but he's I don't know. He always struck me as a little bit arrogant.
Well,
Just a little.
his whole personality was based off of being a very straight-laced type of person or character. Thing was by the book. And when they did him in the IDW series, they really played up to that very straight-laced, by the book, you know, I do everything in numbers type of guy. They played up very well. And it wasn't until maybe
Oh wow.
third or fourth series of comics that he started to get a little bit more loose and started becoming a little bit more of a fluid character instead of just like this very, you know, stiff character.
You know, I always thought it was a little weird that he was voiced by Robert Stack in the movie, the guy that did Unsolved Mysteries. Because I kept thinking of Unsolved Mysteries every time I heard him talk.
Hey Tommy, what do you think of that? Mando Merck says
It happens.
it does. Tommy's got strong feelings about the Transformer movies.
No, yeah, man. You know how many people freaking like get upset when I tell them that Bumblebee stunk?
Oh, I'm sure.
People get upset about that sort of thing because they want to sit there and they want to white knight that movie, you know? Because,
Oh, you're talking about
it was the best. It's like Rogue One. All the people that white knight for Rogue One, oh, well, it was the best Disney movie we got. Well, I really don't care if it was the best that you think we got. It was still a piece of trash.
yeah, Starscream was the one that was the jet-looking one. There was a couple ones that looked.
There was three. They
Three.
were all exactly the same mold. There was Starscream, there was Thundercracker, and then there was Skywarp. And then when they came out with the two series later, they reused those same molds, but then they added different accessories to them, and they created Ramjet, Dirge, and Thrust.
Oh wow. Oh yeah.
Yes, yes, it was.
Not in the Michael Bay movies, though. In the Michael
No,
Bay,
but
see,
the original, what he was.
here's what I heard. I heard that they changed Bumblebee into a Camaro for the Michael Bay movie because they ripped off Herbie the Love Bug and that it was too close to Herbie the Love Bug.
Nope.
Not true?
Nope. I can give you the real reason. The real reason is because they couldn't make a deal with Volkswagen to be able to show that type of car in their movie. Volkswagen would not consign to it. That's why they wound up going with a Camaro.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of a lame reason. I mean, it's not like it would have hurt their brand or anything.
For whatever reason, they didn't want it associated with the movie.
I think Volkswagen's kind of become a little ashamed of the Beetle, honestly. The older Beetle, not the...
Yeah, because of its history.
Yeah.
Now they should be upset with the name then. I mean, that's why you don't see them talk Volkswagen. They always say VW when they say everything.
That's true. Wookiee Supremacy says Chevy jumped on it. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Free advertisement.
I don't know if
their
it's
new
free.
Camaro.
Yeah, that was when it came out, isn't it?
Parrot Head, you're talking about the pickup truck with the canopy. You're talking about he was the all black truck. That would be Trailbreaker.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. This one's for you, Tommy.
They changed, yeah, that's the one I just answered. Trailbreaker. Yeah, they changed his name later on in the comics, and they wound up renaming him Trail Cutter. And they wound up renaming one of the Dinobots too, because apparently his name was offensive in England.
Why?
It was one of the Dinobots, the Triceratops, Slag. Apparently, slag is a derogatory term in England, so they went ahead and
yeah.
changed it. They changed it and they called him Slug.
Yeah, you don't want to call someone a slag in England. No, it's a big time insult. I like to watch old English movies. When I was a kid, I watched a lot of old English movies from like the 50s and the 60s.
What does it mean?
Yeah, I had a 71 Wolfsburg edition Super Beetle. Yep, at the time I bought it for $1,000. And then I was driving down I-94 because it was faster than some of the other Volkswagens on the market. But you see, the problem was a GM mechanic built the engine. He was used to stuff building GM engines, Chevy engines and stuff, working on those and rebuilding them. And so a Volkswagen 1600cc pancake engine, basically every bolt in that engine has a torque specification. And let me see this here.
Yeah, my mom had a Volkswagen Beetle with the 1600 engine, and my dad rebuilt that for her.
All right, Mando Merc, try putting your Discord link in the chat. You've been moderated. You got a wrench? So do you, R.
With great power comes great responsibility. Use it wisely.
So yeah, I went earlier. I went to pick up my curbside order of groceries from Walmart. And of course, I get out of my vehicle. I don't listen to that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sorry, I'm not opening my trunk or my door and letting someone be by the side of my vehicle unwatched. Sorry, not happening. People are people. And so I get out. I open the door because I don't let no one open the doors of my vehicle. My sliding door, it's real finicky. And basically, when those sliding doors, if you too rough with them, they get bad. And it's an old vehicle. It's in fairly nice shape, but those sliding doors, when they get thrown back like that over the years of it being thrown back and hitting that bumper, there's a little rubber bumper in there, and it wears out the rail. And so I'm just talking with him and all that because I had 2 orders, and he acted all surprised when it's like, yeah, there's another order. So he went in to get it. So I was in the vehicle just sitting listening to the radio while waiting. And he goes, oh, you don't got to get out your vehicle. I go, last time I checked, this is still a free country. And then I didn't say no more after that and got out of the vehicle and watched the stuff that he was loading so I could see where it was at. And so that way I could direct him not to put certain things certain places because they slide under the seat and I may not catch it there, Ain't nothing like having something go bad in your vehicle when you went to the grocery store. What's up, Coach Casino?
Yeah.
The yard link is in the community chat, brother.
Hey, Culture Casino.
Bear, I'm gonna have to dip out.
All right, brother, man.
I got a few things I gotta do. It's actually a guinea pig cleaning cage night, so.
And it's 19 after midnight there, right?
Yeah. It's
well, hey, man. Thanks for coming on and dropping some serious Transformer knowledge, man.
Nah, I appreciated the invite, man. I'm glad I was here with you guys. Wes, always a pleasure.
Yeah, and this was basically me deciding to make a video, decided to go live instead.
Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you just have to.
Because I seen something that I was actually liked seeing, and I was encouraged by it, and I'm actually looking forward to something. Write that one down in your calendar because there's not much really to look forward to.
I know that's right.
With the state of TV and movies, because they decided.
I want to just thank everybody that's in the chat right now. Thank you all for showing up. Appreciate all you guys being here.
Hail the chat.
Hail. Oh, and Mando Merc goes, what the? I've been promoted?
All right, guys.
Thanks for stopping by, Tommy. Appreciate that knowledge you're dropping.
Like I said, thanks for having me on again. Wes, guys,
Absolutely.
Take care. I'll catch you later.
Take it easy, brother.
All right. Late.
So, yeah, with all this, basically Hollywood and TV and Hollywood and movies was already a little bit in disarray with all the virtue signaling and all that stuff and the lack of stories. Because, virtue signaling in a story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, Mando Merc. Tommy loves talking about Transformers.
Yeah, that was some serious knowledge, man. That was going deep. That was going into the toy lines and the industries and the comics and all that.
Check out the first 30 minutes, man. Deep dive. That was a deep dive for him into Transformer lore. And I got to let Tommy know to get himself some clips too.
Yeah, I get sick of a lot of the,
Well, Culture Casino, come on here and gripe a little bit, and we'll turn it into a joke, and we'll laugh at it, and we'll have fun. How about that?
I guess Bad Robot's doing some serious virtue signaling right now.
Honestly, I am ignoring Hollywood. I am ignoring Hollywood actors, and I am not listening to anything they got to say because you know what? What they have to say don't interest me. It's honest God truth.
Yeah, you're probably right. You know what? We should talk about something more fun since I've got 3 of my 4 panelists here for conspiracy or conspiracy. And was it this week or next week that we're going to take on, the 35th president, something that happened to him in Dallas, who was behind it, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I hear that the Loch Ness Monster has been sighted. We'll talk about that Saturday.
Nice.
I seen a Twitter post, article, and I can't remember where exactly I saw it. Could have been Facebook. I can't remember, but I sent it to myself so that way I wouldn't forget. Matter of fact, I think I put it in the Four Horsemen Creator Chat. And also there was the senator moves to make UFO data public. That article. That's going to be interesting. Also that. Yeah, I think I sent that to myself.
Yeah, to prep for to prep for that show, because there's a specific angle that I want to explore. The connection between our 41st president and what happened to the 35th president.
Right. Trying to find where I did
There's
with
quite
that
a
article.
connection there. I would. Casino says the Loch Ness catfish.
Was that what it was? Okay.
A lot of people don't like catfish. I don't have a problem with it. Actually make a pretty decent catfish. If you have really fresh catfish. Nessie spotted. That's a deep dive.
Yeah. See, I can't remember where I sent it at. Yeah, that's what I heard. DJ Scandal has got his channel back. Well, I retweeted all his tweets to do with it.
I didn't really hear what happened. What happened?
They took his channel away. They got rid of it.
What happened with his channel? For what reason?
As far as I know, he just makes good content. He makes music, and as far as I know, from what I heard him talking about and others, he makes good content. He doesn't do anything outside of music and what he does. He doesn't really offend anybody. Doesn't do anything controversial.
Yeah, he's got a lot of subs too, right? He's like 625,000 subs or something like that.
Yeah, under 600,000 subs, over 600,000. Yeah. Shit, on his secondary channel, he's got like 6K subs or 13K subs. Apparently, they don't like revenue because that was a revenue generating channel. And I got a feeling that bots are making huge mistakes, and that's a very good possibility. It could be bots. He's talking about the catfish. Yeah. So when's your next conspiracy show?
Well, I think we're gonna have you on, and Culture Casino on, and Drew Supreme Heretic on.
Awesome.
So that's my all-star conspiracy panel right there. I would like to do it this Friday if we can. On that topic, CC, I wasn't sure if you said next Friday meaning this Friday or next Friday meaning next Friday. I want to make sure I get the date right. Yeah, that'd be a big one.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man, the one we did, Ponce de Leon's Dark Passenger, that actually got quite a few views. I'm surprised. We were not really super suppressed on that one. Now, for like a week after that, I was super suppressed on everything I did after that. But that one actually got quite a few views.
I can't show that. Somebody will get upset.
Wait, did you? Did Parrot Head send you something?
Yep, he sure did. How'd you know?
I get him too. Funny. So let's see.
Check your Twitter DM.
Hasn't come through yet. Yeah, Wookiee Supremacy wants to know
It's
what our
there now.
topic is going to be.
When? Oh,
For conspiracy show.
did you say?
The hell.
Did you say?
Our 35th president, and mainly how our 41st president was, the part that he played in our 35th president leaving office. Culture Casino wants to do it next week, not this week. So maybe this Friday I'll do a chill stream, and it'll be a lighthearted fare. Or maybe I'll take on a smaller conspiracy like a strange death or something. So this Friday, heading north to take care of the cabin. Okay, gotcha, CC. Yeah. Wait, I might not even, well, I don't know. I may not be able to do a Friday show this Friday either, now that I'm thinking about it. I think I may have to do something that I may be hanging out with my little sister and brother, considering what's happened with them. Next week. Okay, gotcha.
They doing okay? They hanging in there?
Well, she's doing okay. I can't get a hold of my little brother, but I know how I was at that age. So, and he's similar to me. I used to really hold things in until I'd get to the point where I'd blow up in a really big way, and that's the way he is. So, those are never pretty. When it's better to let off steam a little here and there. When you hold it in and the big blow up happens, that's very bad.
Yeah, it's good to have an outlet. Can't hold all that in. Makes for bad releases at the wrong time.
Oh yeah, I know all about that. I've learned my lesson. I know how to release steam. I'll go to the gym, or I'll do a live stream like I'm doing now, or what. I'll do something. I have a healthy outlet for releasing the pressure. But before I knew how to do that, I would just hold it in, boom, get really ugly. R says that's a polite way to put it. Yeah, it was. I'm not sure. There may be. I mean, I'm trying to see what's going to happen with my little brother and sister at the moment. Obviously what's happened personally, just over the like 2 days ago. I mean, my goodness.
Well, hey,
I'm
after
still in shock.
after the stream, fill me in a little bit if you want to on what's going on, and I'll make some prayers.
Will do. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I think prayers would be much appreciated.
Yeah, we can do that. Oh, and basically, if any out there need prayers, just let me know. It's not something I do in a live stream. I'll do that in my own time. But those of you, if you need prayer, let me know.
Same here.
Yeah.
Wookiee Supremacy says, I used to do that. The trick was being able to focus the blast on a deserving target. Well, for me, it was wrong place. It was, you have triggers, or at least I still have triggers, but I don't know how deep you want to go on this subject, guys. But, everybody has triggers. And, sometimes you yourself are not self-aware enough to know what they are. You just know that when you're triggered, I almost go into I guess I would call it the Avatar state. If you've seen the Avatar cartoon, The Last Airbender.
Yeah.
It's like the Avatar state where I disassociate and, and you people and you guys in the chat, you say, oh, I wouldn't believe that. Well, believe it. It took a lot of hard work to be able to not do that. And so now I know I still get triggered every once in a while. I think like a public put down that's a trigger. Like my older brother will sometimes do something like that at like a family dinner or something. And, it's something maybe he should have told me privately or taken me aside. And that triggers me immediately. And, a lot of high emotions with some family stuff really triggers me. When I encounter somebody that's kind of smug, and they'll just like put me down, or just casually dismiss an interest that I have, that upsets me quite a bit.
Oh man, you and me both. Oh yeah, that's something that I just, one of those things I won't tolerate. I won't tolerate that. Nope.
Yeah. Oh man, like I had this friend, and his girlfriend was just like a total cunt. And we're all going to school to better ourselves. And what are you taking? Oh, I'm taking drama. What are you taking? Oh, I'm taking business. Oh, funny thing about taking business, all you get is a bigger cube. I don't know why anybody take business. Oh,
okay.
God.
Hey, Mando Merc, both Wes and I and a few different people that me and Wes knows, we have discovered that the rabbit hole is indeed a real place. The world will never be the same again because the rabbit hole is real.
Yep. Yep. So yeah. Anyway, it's really a funny story because for all of her smugness, and she came from a family that had a lot more money than mine, I had to work to pay for my way to go through school. She's like, "Oh God, I can't believe I have to go to college," and I'm pretty sure that she's a capitalist now, because for my work, I was driving down one of the main streets where there's working girls, and her bigger cube is now Watt Avenue. So good for her. Good job, honey.
Whoa. Did you just say what I think you said?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
I was like, is that? So apparently she does a lot of work with her hands now.
Yep, absolutely. Completely. Yeah, it's no joke.
Yep.
Well, you see, the problem is sometimes that kettle doesn't have an escape valve.
So a lot of shrapnel. A lot of people get hit by
Yeah.
shrapnel when it explodes.
Yeah. See, what you have to do is you got to have the special drill a hole in the kettle, so that way that don't happen. Because that kind of kettle, you got to drill a hole in it. Because it got no hole.
Yep. Yes. So those are some of the things that kind of trigger me a little bit. But I'd go for a run now. So sometimes it'll last a day or two, as where before I'd just be seething in rage if I couldn't do anything about it for months at a time.
So yeah, those of you just tuning in, make sure you're still subbed, because there's a glitch in YouTube that makes you look like you were unsubbed. So when you click to resub, you're actually unsubbing. So when you go to whoever you're subbed to, if it looks like you're unsubbed, refresh the page, because FinalDeathStar was on earlier, and he was saying that it looked like he was unsubbed from some of his subscriptions, and he refreshed the page to see if it was just a glitch, and it was. And so he was on earlier talking about that.
Yeah, I wonder if that happens on Twitter with the unfollowing, because I've been unfollowed from quite a few people. It's like, I know I didn't unfollow them, so...
Yeah, Parrothead, I'm just eating my popcorn, enjoying the movie show. You can probably read between the lines out that one, yeah. We know. But we can pretend like we don't know. Because the other day I was at 281. I am now at 278.
Yeah, I started off today at 275, and now I'm at 277. But I'm doing that weird fluctuation thing again that we talk about, where it's like,
Yeah, a couple weeks ago you were at what, 280?
Nope, I don't think I've broken 280 yet. When it was happening the last time I was in the 240s, I was like 242, 243, 244, 249, 241, 242. It started doing that weird stuff.
Yeah.
And it was happening to you and others as well.
Yeah, quite a bit. Quite a bit. Because, yeah, I have 22 to go to hit 300, and I was at 281. And then I checked today, and 279, then I was at 278.
How's your watch time doing?
Let me see. I am at 1,113 public watch hours. So maybe by the end of the year, I'll be at where I need to be, and I'll have 1,000 subscribers to monetize.
Yep. Yeah. Steven's monetized now.
I know. Yeah, on his live stream, I hung out for a little bit, but I had stuff that I had to do after that a little later.
Yeah,
so I couldn't stay for the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that was I think that might have been the day I got the news. So I don't know, that day is kind of a strange day. But yeah, man, I tell you, it's a lot of work to get monetized. It used to be just an opt-in process for you.
Right.
You just like, do you want to be monetized? Click a box, you're monetized. Not now. and the sucky thing is that I've had my channel since 2013. Why the heck wouldn't I be grandfathered in if I've had a channel for that long? I mean, how do I know they're not going to change it again?
Yeah, good point. Because I remember anybody that had their as a user, if you had your channel since 2013, new channels when they first get their channel, they can't live stream from the live stream window.
Mm-hmm.
They have to use Streamlabs Mobile to live stream with. And I'm not sure if StreamYard can bypass that for new YouTubers.
Ooh, really? That's interesting. You know, I might have to set up a dummy channel just to test that out. So RR wants to know if you're going to do a Patreon.
Maybe eventually. Because hey, a lot of people are going to Pornhub just because of the there's no harassment there about copyright this or copyright that. I'm sure they have their rules there, but you know, I hear the rules are a lot looser.
I would not have thought of that. I'm not very good at multitasking anyway, so you know.
And I'm sure there's going to be, you know, I'm fairly good with the language sometimes on my live streams. There's not very many where I'm off the hook. Ah.
Yep.
So are the women.
I do have a Patreon, and yeah.
Parrot Head. I wonder who bombarded him with emojis.
Maybe it was Streamlabs. You know, the weirdest thing, I set that Patreon up and I was like, I have absolutely no idea what to do for content. And then one day I logged into it because I'm a Doomcock Legionnaire. I was like, holy crap, I've got like patrons, and I had to start doing content. And it actually wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be to kind of figure out the content for doing it.
Yeah, every once in a while, F-bombs left and right every once in a while. But there's a little bit of language every now and then. But other than that, I'm pretty good about it, you know. And a lot of my videos are fairly okay, you know. And if it's one of those off the hook streams, I will make it like 21 and older and stuff like that, you know. Click that thing. But yeah.
Yeah, I've got a PayPal as well.
My PayPal is linked in my about section.
Yeah, I've got my Patreon and my PayPal. I usually try to post links to in the descriptions whenever I do a video. But yeah, I have the link on the homepage on the cover. You can see the Patreon and PayPal logo.
Yeah, what's really weird, you know, on your panel artwork on your YouTube homepage, you know how you have your you got your Twitter link on the right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it used to have there used to be a little square right next to it, and that was my PayPal link. But it was removed, and now it's in the About section. And if you want to find it, you have to go to the About section.
I think if you go in and you edit, there's a way to edit those. You can move it around.
Well, I had originally put it in there, but I think YouTube removed it.
That's weird. Yeah, you should try to get it up there again.
Which slideshows?
Yeah.
Do they involve beautiful ladies?
Is that where the nip slip came in?
Sort of like the latest Sports Illustrated bikini? I do at that. Hey, RR, can you put that video in the chat, the link to that?
I've actually been rocking out to a lot of Judas Priest and Iron Maiden lately. You mentioned the Sentinel. I was rocking that song.
I think I listened to some Buffalo Springfield the other day.
He's the guy that did Running on Empty, right?
I think I put it in the community chat because I listened to one of the songs. I forget the song. I'd have to look.
Yeah. When I get into an especially foul mood, sometimes really hard rock and heavy metal snaps me out of it. Or, you know, it just gives me the energy and gets me going, keeps me going.
Oh, it's Stop Children. What's that sound?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's a song. Yeah.
Mondo says, I might just do PayPal and skip Patreon as I want everyone to have access to my content, but have the option to pay me directly. I promise the money will only go to further improving my content. Well, you can do a Patreon where you don't have to do exclusive content, Mondo. You can just send me this much money each month and that's it. It's good to have that option for people that want to support your work.
Yes, it is a great song. I was in a mood and I ran across that song and mood was better.
Well, I tell you, man, I wish I had a punching bag and some gloves when I was rocking out, because doing some kicks and some punches and some drills with a bag, that music really lent itself to it.
Oh yeah, listen to the right music when you're working out. Keeps the tempo.
It does.
So what's been happening on the Twitter verse? Let's explore the hashtags. Let's click trending.
Let's find some random big channel and just randomly message StreamYard links and see what happens. It's always fun for me.
Let's see. Of course, politics is trending on the first two. And let's see, wrestling trending. AEW Dynamite is trending. I don't even know what number 4 is. Number 5 is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. trending. Oh, number 6 is Kane. That's interesting. Think about that for a minute.
Let me see.
Let me see what they mean. Will Kane, basketball player for the Lakers. That's what that was. Replay of what Bonami Jones just did to Will Kane. Oh, so just shoved him and knocked him down. That's definitely a foul because he done got rid of the ball. He done slammed the slam dunk and then roughly pushed him to the ground. That's got to be a foul of some sort. Jeez. Let's see. Huh. I don't think, no, that's not Ninja. I wonder why Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is trending. Oh, man. You're not going to believe this. Of course, you may believe it. I always knew Daisy Johnson would be responsible for saving the Avengers. Hashtag Avengers, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well.
I saw a few nip slips in that video, Wookie. There wasn't just one. There was a few of them. It's okay.
Wild.
Oops, hold on.
So, I wonder what... I haven't searched UFOs in a while.
I'm not seeing what's trending. Hold on.
Oh, you hear about the Bubba thing? NASCAR?
Yeah, about the Jussie Smollett Part 2.
Yeah, here's the thing. Every single garage door at NASCAR has a rope on the garage door so you can pull it down.
So is this guy just being an asshole to get attention or what?
It's starting to feel this way, and I don't know if it was NASCAR that did it or if it was he that complained. I'm not exactly sure how the whole thing came about.
Let's see. We've got I'd rather blank than vote for Trump as politics trending number 1.
Yep.
Let's see. I'd rather get hit in the ankle with one of these. Rather go back in time.
Does it ever irritate you when the Twitter page you're looking at refreshes and all of a sudden it's not what you're looking at?
Yeah, and then you have to really hunt for it.
That freaking irritates me so bad. I was looking at something that looked kind of cool, and it went poof. Like, damn it. Oh, this is gonna blow your mind. A man who got shot in Chaz now wants to sue the police for not responding fast enough to the autonomous zone where they have barricades barring the police from entering. How many contradictions do you see in that sentence, in that little tiny paragraph? Wow.
It's par for the course with those guys.
Well, what new and exciting have you found? Go ahead and talk about that real quick. Wife wants to ask me a question real quick. Hold on.
All right. So, politics trending here. Yeah, see, they changed the trending section too. So it seems less obvious now. Fun. We'll look at that. Trending fun in Twitter. Another botched painting restoration makes headlines in Spain. Well, this one's not quite as bad as Monkey Jesus, but we'll have to share that, I think.
All right. What we got here?
Got another botched painting restoration in.
Oh my God!
So you remember Monkey Jesus?
Oh yeah.
So obviously this artist is a little bit better than the Monkey Jesus artist was.
Why do they let these people do this?
They come in with the low bid. I have a conspiracy theory, though. I think that wealthy collectors are they're
Hey,
not.
Shellback's in chat.
Hey, Shellback.
DJ Odyssey's back. Hail.
Welcome back, DJ Odyssey. I think that wealthy art collectors are stealing the original, and the fake paintings are just the fake restorations are just a guise for them to make off with the actual artwork. That's my conspiracy theory, anyway. Not that I subscribe to such things.
Well, funny thing when we read stuff like right there after the police. Well, everything's opening up. All of a sudden, we gotta shut it down again. There's more pandemic coming. More pandemic. Gotta shut everything down. All of a sudden, really, things are opening up, and all of a sudden, there's more. We have to have some kind of excuse. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely. Vulnerable populations. I think we've gotten the memo on vulnerable populations. I think we've all gotten the memo on that those are the people that need to be isolated. But unfortunately, in places like nursing homes, they're not doing it there. Those people are not being socially distanced and isolated the way they're supposed to be. So I don't know. But we can't shut this. We can't keep this economy shut down. We can't do that. It's not good.
Ooh. Wow. Parrot had sent me some images.
Yep, I see it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to copy this. Yeah, I'll send this one to you. Just in case the prude bots are hanging out. I'm going to send this to you. And yeah. All right, I just sent it to you. Tell me what you think.
I'm thinking that we have a porn parody of the sequel trilogy.
Yep. And man, the headlights are big on that.
Definitely, she's definitely more well equipped than Ray.
Parrothead, did Enoch's post on Twitter get removed? because he sent me a screenshot. That is definitely some interesting news. And I will put this in the appropriate chat.
I thought the masks, well, here in California, the masks are back. Yeah.
Do you see the video floating around with the oxygen tester? It's got a tube. Turn the machine on. Put the tube by the corner of your mouth, and it measures how much oxygen that you're absorbing. Well, guess what? Because normal's 20% that you're breathing in on the thing. It'll say 20%. Then when you put the mask on, then put the tube in the corner near the corner of your mouth, when you're breathing in and out, it's at 17%, and the alarm bells start going off on it, and it tells you that you're not getting enough oxygen. So according to that test, people are slowly killing themselves wearing a mask because they're breathing in CO2 over and over.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
But you see, Wookiee supremacy, it's because they want the pandemic. They want this. They want it to be shut down. They want all this stuff because they're losing. They're losing. It's so obvious now that they want this. I mean, they're saying that because of this, all the businesses that shut down, they're saying that the revenue loss might go into the billions or more. I forget the estimate that they were saying, but it's bad. And the CDC just came out and said that it might not be as catchy the way they thought it would be. A guy just did a video on it, not yesterday, or it was either early today or yesterday, sometime, or the day before that.
Well, yeah, I mean, vulnerable populations, and the people that are part of those vulnerable populations most of the time,
right, and
know who they are. So protect yourself.
And so basically, did you know that the governor of New York, not the governor, was it the governor of New York? Yeah, it was the governor of New York that gave the order. They were sending in, and they scrubbed their data, but people got screenshots of it. And they were sending elderly, sick people back to nursing homes.
Yes, I did hear about that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and basically they were following. I think they were following some CDC guidelines or something like that, and I don't remember that being a CDC guideline, honestly. And so basically, and what Florida decided to do was to keep their elderly separated. Hail, Mikhail Wolf, how you doing?
Hey, Mikhail.
And so naturally, when you send elderly that already have the pink elephant, they're going to give other people the pink elephant, and then it's going to make their numbers increase. When in a state, when there's a national emergency declared, they get money from the federal government for help. And it doesn't take a genius to see that they're trying to stack the numbers. That's what it looks like to me. And I'm really not a number guy, you know. I'm a dots guy. I see dots and I connect them. So, and basically the CDC and the World Health Organization are saying that it's not as communicable as they thought. So people that got it and got rid of it is not going to spread it. And that's what they thought. And they switched that up and changed it. And so and if that is the case, masks are not necessary. If people that were asymptomatic, that had it and got rid of it and have antibodies in it, they cannot spread it. And they said that it is rare. And that's coming from the CDC and the World Health Organization. But do you hear CNN or MSNBC mentioning it? Do you hear any of the newsprint, big newspapers talking about it? Of course not. They're talking about more fear porn, and more pandemic.
Yep.
Now, it doesn't really matter what side politically you're on to look around and see who handle things the worst. It's obvious. Oh, flirting with a cute little Filipina girl? Yeah. That can be fun and dangerous. I knew someone that was once married to a Filipina girl. Great cook. Good food. Oh, good stuff. But yeah, this stuff here, and everybody is seeing it for what it is. And, you know, stand up. Don't put up with it.
Yep, absolutely. You know, I mean, it's it's people that have pre-existing conditions that are really getting hit hard by it.
I actually read a good New York Times article about how blue states have more cases than red states. Yeah. Can you believe that? I mean, it was a really long article, but it was definitely wasn't taking any kind of stances.
Interesting. Yeah, we got to go back to work. They need to. It's.
And so, you know, people need to get back to work. People need to be able to make a living. And now, basically, what it's going to be looking like is it's just going to look like power grab and tyranny.
Well, that's kind of what's happening.
Did you know being able to work a job is part of your pursuit of happiness that's covered in the Bill of Rights? And because they made a national emergency declaration, the governors did. And that was the good thing. You see, you let the governors behave and act any old way they want to, whether it was good or bad. And then basically it's visible for everybody to see. And these people, they act like the bad ones. They act like they're not being seen, or their shit don't stink. And it's obvious from a freaking mile away.
It really is.
It is completely. And this whole thing it's seeped into everything. Say again.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think that what they were trying to do, just they either wanted to sow discord and chaos, and or they want to debate Trump into assuming powers, and then they were going to say, "Ha, look, dictator, see, we were right," to try and get rid of him, and he didn't take the bait. He didn't take the bait.
It's because he's actually following what the Constitution says to do in an emergency crisis. He was leaving it up to the governors to make that decision. And that was the right thing to do.
It was. That's the Constitution. That's the way it works. So, yeah, I mean, he's pretty much knocked down every case that they've tried to make against him. As far as being crass and shooting from the hip, well, that's who he is. And sometimes I love it and sometimes I don't. But, that his style is really the only...
Let me ask you this. What New Yorker did you ever get along with when you met them?
I haven't really met many New Yorkers, actually.
I've met a few. And the ones I met, first thing they told me, yeah, we're New Yorkers. We're assholes. We admit it. Those were the honest ones. And when I lived in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, they were pretty much all New Yorker transplants from Manhattan, stuff like that. And I was at a wedding, and when people drink, lips get loose.
Yeah.
And people were drinking and all that, and the New Yorkers that were either there on vacation or because New Yorkers, they probably had second houses in North Kingstown because it's around Narragansett Bay. It's freaking beautiful. Hilly is all get out, a little bit of mountainous, a little bit of rugged territory. It's beautiful. And so, alcohol was flowing, and they're telling me all kinds of things about New York City and how all the majority of New Yorkers are assholes and stuff like that. And man, did I get a really good eyeball into New Yorkers. I mean, you don't just have to watch Seinfeld to understand how New Yorkers are. These people were actually telling me how they were. And the majority of them knew they were assholes, and they didn't care. And so, people from New York are going to be crass. That's just the way they are. That's in my experience. And the guy that I worked for out there, he was originally from New York, and he was Sicilian. Talk about tougher than rocks, man. Now, they have mastered the busting your balls. Everybody always busting your balls, left and right, busting your balls. Don't be weak or anything like that, because they bust your balls more. So that's what I've learned about New Yorkers.
Well, it's exactly what we need right now.
You have the old ones, but
So yeah, crazy.
Yep. Yeah, the article that Mondo was talking about, it was how they were advising, safe sex under COVID, sex, Zoom parties, naughty Zoom parties, and like masks. It was weird.
Isn't Zoom and TikTok developed by people in China?
I don't know about Zoom, but TikTok is for sure.
Because there was a flaw in Zoom, because my kids had to use it for online classes for their school.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, when you were talking with whoever, you had to make it private, just between you and whoever you were talking to. That's the only way to secure Zoom, because I'm pretty sure it's produced by somebody from China. And TikTok is definitely produced by China.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder if Jack Ma is an alien.
So yeah, man, no Merc. I rubbed elbows with a lot of New Yorkers in Rhode Island, man, and I loved it. I loved hanging out with them because they were so out front, bold, and honest about stuff, and it was very refreshing. And apparently, I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of my inflections come from living there. And I only lived there for 3 months, and I got an accent from living there. Because Normally, when I was in one of the native casinos playing a slot machine, and I was cussing at it and all that, they asked me if I was from New York. And I go, funny you should mention that. I used to live in North Kingstown, Rhode Island, and there are a bunch of New Yorkers that live there.
Yeah, I've not had much exposure to many of them.
Oh, I did. I got properly educated. But no, they were fun to party with, drink with, and all that. That's how I met them. I went out there to be with my then fiance, and there was a wedding to go to, and I hadn't slept hardly at all, so that was fun. I'm sitting here nodding, trying not to nod. I'm like, okay, I can't wait till we get to the standing up part where we drink something. Oh, you heading out, Shellback? I could have swore I told you the link was, if you want to be on the panel, the link's in the community chat.
Yeah, I think it's getting pretty close to my bedtime here, Bear. So probably, I think if you're up for wrapping it up,
yeah, it's getting to that point where I need to stand up because I've been sitting in one spot too long. So yeah, we'll wrap this up, and well, without the chat, this wouldn't be fun because, you know, it's the things we crave. We crave to be in interaction with the chat, and the chat is just awesome. Like you said, Wes, and like other people say, we got the greatest chat on YouTube.
We do. We really do.
Yeah.
We're really lucky.
Yeah, I mean, 12 people watching at dinner time, man. That's pretty good.
Yep.
Gotta say, pretty good.
There was a lot of people streaming today too, so that was.
Yes, there was.
That's not bad.
Yeah, apparently, I got the Transformer idea to live stream and all that, and I was gonna make a video at first, and then it's like, oh, I'll go live, and then I noticed, wow, everyone else is going live, and I started to grab the Yard link, and it's like, oh, Wes is going live, oh, and so I waited a little bit until I went live to let people get done a little bit, you know, show some love, you know, for the other streams, and so because otherwise we would have started at 4:45, and so I don't think we started until almost 7 o'clock.
Yep.
Oh, indeed, Mikhail. Oh, indeed.
Yep.
Yeah, we got some of the best chat community going on here too.
Sure.
No, earlier when right around 7 o'clock my time, you know, dinner time pretty much for those of you on the West Coast, and a lot later for those of you on the East Coast and elsewhere around the world, because we have a worldwide audience in our chat because everyone's from everywhere.
Yeah,
we have New Zealand represented, we have Australia, we got the UK represented. Every now and then I think I have somebody from it's either Malaysia or Hong Kong. I can't remember which. Every now and then. But yeah, in my live streams, it said 14% is from Europe and 3% from Asia. And I guess in Asia they count Australia and New Zealand as part of Asia in those numbers.
I'll have to look at my analytics. I think it said that pretty much all of my audience is 35 to 45. Assuming you're honest when you signed up for your Google account. I don't know. I think I think I'm a few years off on the date that I used to sign up on Google.
Yeah, I started out because I didn't sign up with Google for email, and my login was always with my Yahoo email. And then one day, I decided, well, I'll get me a Gmail just for the giggles of it. And all of a sudden, they were no longer logging me in with my main email. They were I was being logged in with my Gmail.
Yep.
And it's like I had to forward my emails from Gmail to my Yahoo because I don't really check my Gmail.
Yep. Had to do that too.
Yeah.
There was a time. Yeah, there was a time when you could do that, and then when Google, after some period of time, when Google bought YouTube, they forced you to get a Gmail.
Really?
Yep.
Because forever, I had mine forever just with my Yahoo email because I didn't have any Gmail. It's because of Android with the Play Store. You got to have a Google account.
Yeah.
So apparently, I had my Yahoo account longer. Not my Yahoo, but my YouTube. And basically, those of us from 2013 and back, you could live stream with a new channel from the website, from the laptop itself. And as far as I know, you can't do that. You have to use Streamlabs Mobile to be able to do that. So yeah, go ahead and plug your channel, Wes, and we'll rock it out.
Alrighty, I am Wes Moody of the Wes Moody Webcast, and you can find me at youtube.com/Wes Moody Webcast. I talk about pop culture, current events, occasional conspiracy theories, occasional car talk, and I will vlog about whatever the heck I want to because it is my webcast. Hope to see you there. Please check to make sure that you are subscribed. And if you're not subscribed, I'd be honored if you would consider subscribing. Thank you, my friends.
Great outro, man. Got that down.
Yep, elevator speech.
So yeah, this song is called The Shepherd. So, thanks for coming. We appreciate you. Thank you, chat. You're awesome. Have a great one. And if you take anything with you, take the groove of the music with you. Leave everything else behind. And if you got anything you don't need to carry, you can always give it to Grandfather Cedar because Grandfather Cedar will always take your burdens. So, enjoy the sound. Enjoy the beats being laid down.
Good one.
Now remember, if you're feeling down, just put something funky on and dance in front of a mirror or something because sometimes you just got to do that. Hail to you. Hail to everyone. We'll see you next time.
See ya.